Palestinians continue to start wars, which they hope will eliminate Israel, lose those wars, and then say, oh my, we're the victims.
These numbers have been stuck at about 34,000 for over a month now because everyone who used to do the counting in the Hamas health ministry is dead. The hospitals have all been destroyed.
1948, again, was not a war that the Jewish state started. It was a war that the Jewish state finished as part of its independence.
There are Palestinian refugees that are still actually alive from back then that can point to you exactly where their home was. Homes that often those families lived on for generations.
What should Palestinians do, in your opinion?
Stop starting wars with Israel and losing.
13,000 children who have been killed, some of whom we've watched been tracked down and killed by Israeli drone cameras.
There are 2 million Arabs that live in Israel. There are 0 Jews that live in Gaza.
But the conflict was really started by Zionists coming to Palestine.
My opponents here believe that the state of Israel should exist at all. And if we should wipe a UN member nation off the map.
I can slow it down for you and say it again if you're struggling to understand, Eli. Would you like me to say it for you again?
I think, Briahna, okay. I'm asking you. You were asked what Israel should have done, and you gave a long soliloquy about how Gaza doesn't have infrastructure.
As the moderator,
so I'm
I do
asking,
agree
is that
with
what you
this,
think Israel should have done in response
You
to
haven't
October
answered my
7th?
question, which is fine.
Welcome to The Black Sheep, a publication for people who have found themselves at odds with their herd. I am Salome Siboney.
And I'm Jay Klein, and I think we have something very exciting today. About a month ago, I took part in a debate at the Dissident Dialogues event up in New York on the question, is Israel's war in Gaza a just war? Myself and Briahna Joy Gray took the position of no, it is not a just war. Eli Lake and Michael Moynihan took the position, yes, it is just. And Konstantin Kisin moderated. Now, as the debate turned out, we did not get a lot of time on stage to rebut what the other side said. So I wanted to put this video together to provide additional info that there wasn't time for on stage, as well as to just make this a good resource to learn about the conflict through debating kind of the talking points that have just become so popular in our discourse about this.
Yeah, it's going to be a great video. I have learned a lot already just helping you put it together. So let's get into the debate backstory a bit. You were asked to do this 3 days before, and the prep was intense. This household was chaotic. Interviews were played at 2 times speed, audiobooks, the whole deal. I know more about Moynihan and Eli Lake's positions on this than I would have ever hoped to have. But you did a lot of heavy lifting. You fought through nausea on our 5-hour traffic-laden drive to get to New York from DC.
Yeah, I was trying to put together, you'll see on stage, I have notes, which is just like every talking point I think they might bring up, like ready to rebut. And, you know, I hear Michael Moynihan on his podcast sometime after mocked me for having notes, said that doesn't look good on camera.
Yeah, would hate to actually learn from someone who is prepared.
Yeah,
God forbid.
so I'm not a god, so be aware that you are behind a teleprompter here. So I'm going to be reading quotes, statistics, all sorts of facts off of here to make sure that you're getting perfectly accurate information. Another thing I want to talk about is I want to tell you a little bit about my background, because that wasn't something that ended up coming up on stage. So I was raised Orthodox Jewish. I went to a private Jewish school that from K through 12 that had Zionism as a core part of its mission. So they flew the Israeli flag alongside the American flag. We celebrated Israeli holidays. We took classes in the history of Israel. And our senior year, we spent our entire second semester touring around the entire country and seeing everything. And I had always been, since a pretty young age, skeptical of the things that I was being taught, because I became an atheist rather young, and I realized I didn't believe in the religious claims that were being made. And it's totally possible to be an atheist and a supporter of Israel, and it's completely possible to be a Jewish atheist and a supporter of Israel. Most of the founders of Israel were. But nonetheless, I came into my education with just a sort of skepticism. And so in around 2008, there was this leak of documents called the Palestine Papers, which we're going to talk about later as well. But in these documents was the transcripts of negotiations between the Palestinians and the Israelis for a peace deal that never came together. And I just saw that the narrative that I was being told about who was the obstacle to peace through these transcripts was just not true. And so I feel that I was raised with a lot of falsehoods that I've discovered were false, but that most of America, having heard them over and over and over again, also doesn't know that. And seeing the impact that these narratives have had in keeping the Palestinian people in the oppressed state that they are, I feel like I have a sense of obligation, having grown up in this, to try to do something to make it right. It's also the case that going to this school and looking at this conflict, it really gave me the caring that I have about issues like identity politics and being against identity politics, and seeing how victimhood culture could be used to as a weapon to attain certain political ends. In this case, in a country halfway across the world. And that brought me to the anti-woke political movement, where I've been working for some time. And I used to work at an organization called the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, which was co-founded by Barry Weiss, who is a very famous Zionist American journalist. And, you know, I feel like at this place, we were very much on the same page about what we were trying to accomplish, even though I think it's very clear now, especially after October 7th, that these same principles of being against identity politics, being against victimhood culture, don't seem to get applied when it's Jewish identity politics and Jewish victimhood culture and Jewish wokeness, essentially. So I want to be consistent about that, and it's the same reason that I care about it when it's every other group in America doing it, that I care about it when I see Jews and Zionists doing it. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this video is going to work. We're going to play the entire debate for those of you who haven't seen it, but for those of you who have, there's going to be chapter markers. Just skip ahead to the section that you are most interested in. But because we're going to be playing the whole debate, I want to make sure to plug the Dissident Dialogues YouTube channel where this was originally uploaded to. Make sure you follow them. It's just the respectful thing to do. But also, they have so much great content that's coming out. Maybe by the time I release this video already come out. So go there, check it out. It was a great event. This debate was by far the most chaotic thing that we did. So the rest of it goes a lot smoother, and I think you'll enjoy it a lot. I really want to make sure that everything I'm saying is vetted and that you believe me and you're not just taking my word for it. So anytime I make a claim of fact and not just opinion, we're going to throw a source number on screen, and the source list will all be in the description. So if you don't believe me, you just want to do further reading, go and click on the linked article and read more about it. This is supposed to be an educational experience, so don't just stop here. And if I've already addressed a point at some point in the video, because this thing's going to be hours and hours long, we're going to put time code on screen of where to refer you to, where we discuss that point more, because, you know, we don't need to make it twice as long as the 5-hour video this may already end up being. And Salome, what are you going to do?
I'm going to share my perspective as someone who started out on the pro-Zionist side after October 7th. I've written about that, and I have come to see the same thing that you did, that identity politics is very much in play with the collectivist ideology that is Zionism, and that the same people who criticized wokeness for utilizing identity, collectivism to push an ideology don't seem to have the will or the ability to see it in this ideology.
And so this is a complex conflict. Historians have been going back and forth for decades, rebutting each other and rebutting each other's rebuttals. So there's a lot to learn, and we want to help people learn. And it's very possible I don't know everything. Maybe you think I'm wrong about something. Maybe there's additional context that you don't feel I provided enough of that you want to share. So please get in the comments and add more to this. And even better, maybe, throw time code and show, where in the video you think I got the thing wrong with your source. We want this to be an ongoing discussion, so please participate in that way if you feel driven to. Just be respectful. We're all trying to learn together. And also subscribe, and share this video if you found it useful. With that, are you ready to get started?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, everybody. We have had a brilliant day of discussion, conversation, debate, and we thought we'd end with something lighthearted and easy. The debate about Israel and Palestine. There was a thing on the screen. It may come back at some point. Please vote before you do anything, whether you're in favor or against the motion. Israel's war on Hamas is a just war or not a just war. So when that comes back on, please vote. And we're going to take another vote at the end to see whether people have changed their mind. Highly unlikely in the modern world. But anyway, so it's great to be here. If you don't know who I am, my name is Konstantin Kisin. I co-host a YouTube channel and podcast called Trigonometry. Thank you. 20 of you have heard of it. Fantastic. I'm delighted. And what we do on the show is we have good faith conversations about very difficult subjects. That is exactly our intention for tonight. And it's funny, a lot of people have been coming up to me and saying, "Ooh, I don't envy you hosting that debate." In fact, when Winston asked me to do it, he said, "Look, man, this is going to get feisty. It's going to get difficult. Are you sure you can handle it?" And I said, "Mate, my dad's Russian and my mum's Ukrainian. Whatever happens tonight is not going to be as bad as my childhood." My childhood was pretty bad. In fact, the conflict between my parents got so bad at one point, Tucker Carlson did a segment explaining why it's my mum's fault for flirting with NATO. That split the room. I like it. Let me get the Tucker fans back on side. I don't believe in evolution either. Anyway, something less controversial, Israel and Palestine. I'm delighted to say for this debate tonight, we've got 4 absolutely fantastic speakers. So please give me a second to introduce them and then give them a round of applause. In favor of the motion, journalist and the co-host of the Fifth Column podcast, Michael Moynihan, and Bloomberg opinion columnist Eli Lake. Please welcome them to the stage. I did not get nearly as much music as those two bastards. Anyway, arguing against the motion, we have the Intercept columnist and the former National Press Secretary for Bernie Sanders. Please welcome Briahna Joy Gray, and from the Foundation for Economic Freedom, Jake Klein. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I said I'd give everybody 5 minutes to start. Briahna, why don't we start with you?
Oh.
Opening statement.
I think when we talked about this, I said, well, I don't really feel like I have an opening statement.
I just want to clarify here. We were only told about opening statements like 30 minutes before the debate started, and the other side too. So nobody on this stage, Briahna included, has an opening statement prepared.
And in some ways, I feel as though the reality of what's been happening on the ground for the last 7 months speaks for itself. People who started out at the beginning of this conflict feeling very strongly that Israel merited a response to an attack, which, as we all know, was the deadliest since the Holocaust, have now, after seeing 7 months in which 34,000 conservatively people have been killed, 3/4 of whom are women and children, feel like enough is enough. And so if this framing of this conversation is, has Israel gone too far? I think that's almost a different question from whether or not, or what the future of Palestinians, what the future of Gazans in particular should be. So I think I'd start it there, and I'm interested to respond.
Fine. Let me just jump in, though, because the motion is it a just war rather than has Israel gone too far? Do you feel it's a just war?
No, I'm struggling because I don't think I would characterize it as a war at all, given how one-sided it is, and given that one side is being denied the right to have a state in the first place. As recently as yesterday, the United States vetoed a resolution, a UN resolution, to recognize Palestine as a state. And so the term war is more typically applied to more equal parties, and I think the asymmetry here is what I think a lot of people balk at, even as they are rightly, horrified by the loss of innocent life on October 7th.
Okay. Jake?
Yeah, I don't think it's a just war. I don't think it's a just war for two reasons. I agree with what Briahna said very much about the specific conditions under which this war has been fought. The massive amount of civilians' lives lost. 70% of the casualties have been women and children. That means a minimum of about 25,000 civilians have been killed in Gaza. No government in any war since the 1980s has killed civilians at as fast a rate, with the exception of full-blown genocides like Rwanda or the Second Congo War, which is the bloodiest war since World War II. And this isn't some accident. This isn't because Hamas is just hiding and using these people as human shields. It's because Israel has policies that allows them to kill up to 20 civilians if it leads to the death of a single suspected junior militant, and hundreds of civilians to kill a single senior Hamas commander. So I don't think that's just. There's also starvation. I mean, in the debate, we'll go through a bunch of things. But the other part of it we have to think about is what is Israel fighting for? October 7th was a tragedy. It was a massacre. It should have never happened. It should never happen again. But this conflict didn't start on October 7th. And what Israel is fighting for is to have a Jewish state in Palestine, an ethnically Jewish state. That is identity politics. I think anybody here that had a problem with identity politics on any topic over the woke wars over the last couple of years, you shouldn't be supporting the United States sending $300 billion to one of the most clear-cut examples of identity politics in the Middle East. This is not good for US security. This harms us. And that money makes it easier for Israel to avoid making peace with its neighbors. So I don't think the ultimate cause of the Zionist project is just. For the exact same reason I opposed all the wokeness of the last couple of years, I oppose the goal of having a Jewish ethno-state, but then also the conduct in the war has not been just. Although October 7th was a tragedy, Hamas should not be in power, and I have no problem with terrorists and murderers being taken out, but there are also terrorists and murderers amongst the Israeli government.
Just before I move on, please. A quick zoom in. One thing I found very interesting, you talked about the Israeli army ratios for who they're allowed to kill on what basis. What ratio would you be comfortable with?
It's not that I have a particular ratio in mind.
If it was 1 to 5, would that be okay?
Well, to be clear, you should talk about where those numbers are coming from. There was a really explosive report that came out maybe 3 weeks, a month ago from Plus 976
yes,
magazine.
Yeah.
970, I might be getting the number wrong.
972,
972,
yeah.
It's the area code, it's the country code. And the discovery was that some intelligence sources from the IDF were talking about AI technology that was being deployed in lieu of human judgment and the risk tolerances of the AI that was being used to assess whether or not a given target should be targeted and killed. And when human judgment was a bigger part of the equation, one, there was an oversight that didn't exist when you're just letting the computer run it. But one of the more pernicious aspects of the AI is that they had, whereas human judgment would say, well, if it's a very, very high-ranking person, there's a more risk tolerance. If it's a low-ranking person, there's less risk tolerance. There was a conflation of who was actually targeted in the first place, and the evidence that was being used to target someone in the first instance was very flimsy. So if you lived in the same household with someone who might be a member of Hamas and were once on the same cell phone plan, you are a target. Very flimsy things like that.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to get to the bottom of this issue before I give them a chance to.
The point is,
my question is different. Sorry, Briahna, sorry.
But the point is that once someone is identified, right, targeted, then
let's get into that in a second. I just want to finish this one point.
I don't have an answer for you, but what I know is you should not be the worst since the 1980s. Like, if you are, you're probably not a just war. So
I guess what I'm asking is, at what point would it be, what ratio is the acceptable one? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I don't know, but if we could get closer to, you know, the American assaults in Afghanistan and Iraq, those were terrible, but they were better than this.
Okay.
So, you know, just bring it down. Okay, so you can tell clearly I'm getting a little bit frustrated there. And I wasn't in love with that question because obviously I think any reasonable person should want the number of civilian deaths in a war to be 0. But I think we also all recognize that that's impossible. I mean, especially if you're fighting in an urban theater, which they are in Gaza. But the idea that there's some sort of like acceptable rate that therefore derives out of that, to me seems like ridiculous. I mean, it's entirely comparative. I mean, that's the only way to do it. You know, there's no just like truth that applies like, you know, across time and across settings and across everything, that it's like, all right, you can, you know, 3 civilian lives are worth, you know, 1 militant life, you know, to protect your country in a war. Like, that's just not, you know, in my view, how morality works. So we have to look at this comparatively. And in this case, as I said earlier in there, the numbers are terrible comparatively. And we're going to get into the numbers more later. This is going to be a lot of the focus of the first half of the debate. But that's just kind of why, you know, I think we have some real problems with the way a lot of this stuff gets framed generally, but also in particular during this debate.
I agree. I also think that, personally, there's a trap with getting so fixated on the numbers that you forget that these are people, that these are lives. I've watched people get so hung up on these kind of details and metrics as if they're just talking about data. And it is data. But you have to also remember that we're talking about human lives. These are innocent people when we talk about what's the acceptable ratio of innocent people to kill for some goal. And I think that there's something about the way that rhetoric and the zooming in, like the narrow focus on like, is there a perfect ratio here? What's the number actually? It's just the discussion of the numbers endlessly that happens that starts to trick people into forgetting that we're talking about human beings, and we should be very cognizant of that as we discuss this.
The point about AI and everything else.
We're not going to respond to that yet.
Right? Don't, please. Can I just get a couple of quick opening statements from either of you?
Sure.
And then we can have the big fight, all right? So, because
I
want everybody
here.
I want everybody to say something that they can be challenged on. Michael, is it just war?
Well, I was told there'd be no opening statements, so this is going to be a little off the cuff. And I want to first say thank you to all of my Jewish comrades who grabbed me by the shoulder before I came up here and said the weight of the Jewish world is on your shoulders. And I assure you that I will not solve this. Briahna will not solve it. Eli will not solve it. But I will say this. The motion is a moral question. is this a just war? It's slightly different than the question, is it being waged in a just manner? I suppose we can have that debate too, but let's start with the just war. If this is not a just war in principle, then there are no just wars. If one can think that on the day of October 7th, and, our opponents who have both pointed this out, and they're right to do so, and I'm glad they did, the worst single day since the Holocaust. Now, remember, by the way, you have 1,200 people that were murdered in a matter of hours, in the most brutal way. Now, if anyone saw the videos that the Israeli embassy was putting out and not releasing to everybody for obvious reasons, I mean, you see a moment of a father being killed in front of his children, blown to bits, the child covered in blood, and says, "Why am I alive?" On the video taken by Hamas. What we don't often talk about when we talk about Hamas, we do get bogged down in a lot of details that are very difficult to adjudicate now because the numbers are questioned by everyone, but let's just stay in the moral argument for 1 second and say that Hamas is very clear in its charter and in its revised charter, which is no better, that it is a 7th century cult that is bent on destroying the Jewish nation. Now, if we want to say up here that we're okay with that we're okay with Israel being destroyed, a member nation of the United Nations ratified in 1948, we can talk about how this happened, etc., but Hamas wants it gone. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a war against a group of people, let's be generous and call them a group of people, that have an eliminationist ideology, to borrow from Daniel Goldhagen. It is an eliminationist ideology. They do not lie about this. When they tell you what they believe, believe them. It is clearly a just war, and I will invite interesting conversation about whether it's being waged in a just manner. That's a different question.
Before I go to your point.
Okay, so there's something there to the just cause versus like fought justly bit. So Konstantin's going to come back to that. We'll talk about that next. I want to talk about what he said about the Hamas charter being no better, because it's false. I mean it's just blatantly false. So let me read some quotes, and then we'll talk about Hamas as an organization in a broader sense. So this is from the 1988 charter. This is the one that you probably see go around online. It is a terribly anti-Semitic document. So talking about the Jews, it says, quote, "With their money, they took control of the world media, news agencies, the press, publishing houses, broadcasting stations, and others. With their money, they stirred revolutions in various parts of the world with the purpose of achieving their interests and reaping the fruit therein. They were behind the French Revolution, the Communist Revolution, and most of the revolutions we heard and hear about here and there. With their money, they formed secret societies such as Freemasons, Rotary Clubs, the Lions, and others." End quote. So just classic anti-Semitic, like, conspiracy theories there. It goes on to blame the Jews for starting World War I and World War II. And then it quotes a well-known hadith that this was said during a time of war between Jews and Muslims. But this quote is regularly brought up again by jihadists and Islamists who want to find an excuse to do violence against Jews or be generally anti-Semitic. So, quote, "The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews, when the Jew will hide behind stones and trees. The stones and trees will say, 'O Muslims, O Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him.'" So that's pretty...
It's the worst thing ever.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
terrible.
okay. So... obviously, yes. So let's now read some quotes from the 2017 Hamas charter. I'm going to read 4 separate quotes. Okay. Quote number 1. "Hamas believes that Palestine has always been and will always be a model of coexistence, tolerance, and civilizational innovation." Quote number 2. "Hamas believes that the message of Islam upholds the values of truth, justice, freedom, and dignity, and prohibits all forms of injustice and incriminates oppressors irrespective of their religion, race, gender, or nationality. Islam is against all forms of religious, ethnic, or sectarian extremism and bigotry. 3. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews, because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. 4. Hamas rejects the persecution of any human being or the undermining of his or her rights on nationalist, religious, or sectarian grounds. Hamas is of the view that the Jewish problem, anti-Semitism, and the persecution of the Jews are phenomena fundamentally linked to European history and not to the history of the Arabs and the Muslims or to their heritage. Okay, but that's ridiculous. Okay, so it's not like there's a lot of reason to be credibly skeptical about these quotes. So at the end there, right, it says it's not tied to the history of the Arabs or the Muslims. Well, I just read you a quote from the 1988 charter with hadith that is used regularly when Islamists want to justify anti-Semitism. So, that's just false. And, you'll hear if you listen to, Hamas officers give interviews or speeches or whatever, they'll say these points a lot of the time, but you can also find many examples where, even after they pass this charter, they don't say anything like this at all. And they do say anti-Semitic things. So, I think there's good reason to believe that this is potentially a, PR statement that they're, saying for PR reasons. But, Moynihan said in that clip, quote, when you hear them, when you hear what they say, believe them. So if that's what you want to do, you have to apply that standard equally. And this is actually what they're saying in their most official, statement of purpose right now. Okay. But kind of a broader point is like, I'm if it's not clear already from what I said there, I'm a strong opponent of Hamas. Like Hamas makes peace in the region much more difficult. But it's not like totally irrelevant that this document is better than the 1988 one.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
I'd like to tell you my thoughts.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. The minute I read that new charter, I was like, okay, because obviously we know Hamas is a terrible terrorist organization that doesn't live up to any of those things in that charter. Mm-hmm. And so the real problem with Moynihan's statement to me is that it is technically false, right? It is technically false to get on a stage and say that a completely different charter is no different than a completely different charter. They actually are different. What we can agree on is that nobody trusts Hamas. Nobody actually trusts that Hamas, with their new PR statement, means it. But you posed to me a more subtle point when I first heard this. Because I was like, why are we even discussing this? Like, we obviously don't believe them. And, well, I think it's important to note that when someone gets on a stage and purports to be informed about an issue and tells you to listen to them, they should be accurate in what they say. They should not get on a stage and say that two completely different charters, whether or not you believe them, are the same. You can say that I don't believe their new charter, but it is different, and that's very important. But there's even more nuance to this, and this is the point that I love that you made, because it immediately got me out of this, like, I don't believe them, duh, and brought it to a level of rationality and longevity in thinking. So tell me that point.
Okay, so that's where I was going next, is that, the PLO, what was the main Palestinian resistance organization for many decades. It was Yasser Arafat's organization. They said all sorts of horrible things too for a long, long time. And then they moderated. And, Fatah leadership has not engaged in terror since the Second Intifada. And if you want Hamas to change also, and you should want Hamas to change, then you want to reward positive change in order to see more of it. Like that doesn't mean like you go out and say like, yeah, we're perfectly accepting like Hamas now, like, they're great, like all is forgiven. But it just means like, if you can give them like a 5%, like, okay, you did good here. Here's where you still have all these other problems. And so, you're one step closer, but we need to talk about all of those. So I think that's one important part of it. Another important part of it is that by putting this statement out there and by, while they've, said things that kind of contradict this attitude many times, they're also now more than they ever would have beforehand, going out and making statements that do align with this charter and giving speeches that do align with this charter. So if you want to change the attitudes of Palestinian citizens, or I guess they're not citizens because they don't have a government, but Palestinian individuals on the ground, then that's another reason you want to reward this and see more of it. Because if they hear more messages like this, and if the leadership is encouraged into better messaging discipline, then that will filter down. They'll be like, yeah, if I want to, support my cause, then this is what we say. We don't say the anti-Semitic things because that's not helpful to us. And so we stopped acting in an anti-Semitic way and instead start acting in a better way. So I really do think it matters that this is a better document.
Yeah, and I just have to reiterate how important this is, because this is the thing that I've noticed in this conflict. A lot of people don't want that. They have already decided that peace is not an option and it has to be domination.
Yeah.
And when you look at moments like this that do not grant the fact that there is an obvious factual difference between these two charters, what you're seeing is the logic of it does not matter. 5% improvement does not matter, because at the end of the day, the conflict will not be resolved with peace and gradual progress. It will be resolved by war, where one side dominates the other. That is the mentality of war. That is the mentality of us versus them that has caused perpetual conflict throughout history and mass suffering as it currently is. So I know this seems like a little thing, but it is so important because it is emblematic of the way we fail to think clearly and in a long-term way on issues like this.
I also don't think the dehumanization is helpful, of saying, humans, if you can even call them that, right? That just doesn't get you any closer to peace, even if you're saying that about horrible terrorist murderers. It's just, to de-escalate things, you have to find the humanity in even some of the most bad people. You make peace between enemies, not between friends.
To push back, just for the sake of pushing back, I suppose, before I go to Eli, I really like the distinction you made between it being a just war and it being a prosecuted in a just way. Can we really make that distinction, though, based on, not least on what Jake was saying, in the sense that if you come into my home and kill my wife, and then I go into your home and kill you, your wife, your whole family, isn't there a point at which that ceases to be just, no matter what the provocation?
It depends on if your wife is killed by an organization that is supported by sovereign states like Qatar and have enormous amounts of funding and have essentially an army. That is what the Israelis are trying to destroy. They're not trying to destroy the two people that came in and killed this particular family.
But they are killing a lot of civilians.
Of course, it is a war. And I'm not saying that I like that. I absolutely do not. And it sounds like you're just engaging in cliche when you say, every death in a war is a tragedy. It is true, and you do have to say it. It's not a bit of throat clearing. But when you look at these numbers, which are very, very contested, Briahna's contesting some of the other numbers, but you can also contest the number of people who have died, the number of civilians who died.
What number do you think is the number of Gazans who've died?
I would have no idea.
I'll get to that. I promise you I'll get to that. Let's just finish this. I want Eli to have
I will
say
it's not I'm not on the ground there, but even Hamas has revised their numbers down.
Okay, Did you understand what he was getting at there with the Qatar sovereign states thing?
I understood that he kind of dodged the question.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that wasn't just me, because I couldn't figure out what the logic was or how that was supposed to affect anything. And nobody up there questioned it either.
No, I think he's just trying to bring it back to saying, but it's Hamas. And it's like, okay, but that was not the question posed.
Yeah, that's my take also. So we're going to talk a lot about the numbers later in the video, but given that this is going to be a huge part of the entire first half of the debate, I just want to make sure to say at least some things about it now. So the Wall Street Journal reports that United States intelligence has confidence in the Gaza Ministry of Health's numbers. They use it in their own briefings. The U.S. Assistant Secretary of State said further that the actual death toll may likely be higher. And an Israeli magazine, Mekomet, reported that Israeli intelligence sources concluded that the Gaza Ministry of Health numbers are, quote, generally reliable, and they use them in their own briefings. So that goes completely against the propaganda that you keep hearing that, if you trust Israel, how could you possibly trust these Gaza Ministry of Health numbers? They're all from Hamas. Israel has no way of tracking these numbers themselves. They're not collecting all the bodies like the Gaza Ministry of Health is. They're able to maybe do some really rough estimates, but they trust that the Gaza Ministry of Health is the most generally reliable source that they have access to. And Vice, Michael Moynihan's former employer, further validated Mekomet magazine's reporting and found the same thing from Israeli intelligence sources. Further, that same Vice report found that NATO also considers the Gaza Ministry of Health numbers accurate and uses them in their own briefings. So basically, the entire West trusts these numbers. Israel trusts these numbers. You don't have to trust Hamas to trust that these are just the best numbers that we have available right now.
But yeah, no, obviously when you're waging a war, it's going to be brutal, and it's deeply unfortunate. There are, of course, rules of war, and I suppose we can discuss in bigger detail of how that's being engaged right now. And I think that's the question that is the hottest question that I see.
And we will get to the numbers question. Eli?
Well, I think we should start. A lot of a talking point you will hear on the left usually is the war didn't start on October 7th, and that's true. So we should look at the 5-6 previous skirmishes or wars or rocket wars, whatever you want to call them, and ask the question, why didn't Israel finish off Hamas? They haven't changed. And the reason is because they understood that Hamas fights in such a despicable way as to maximize the civilian casualties on their own side. We all know, we've heard this before, that they will launch rockets from schools and mosques and so forth. But there was always, it was known to the Israelis, in fact it was known to human rights organizations, it was known to news agencies for many years that the headquarters of Hamas's Qassam brigades, their military wing, was under the largest hospital in Gaza. Who does such a thing? Unless there is a deliberate strategy to both maximize civilian casualties on your adversary's side as well as the people you purport to govern. Now, the atrocities committed on October 7th were just so inhumane and so barbaric and savage that it left Israel no choice but to confront this dilemma that it had been dealing with for the past 17 years. It has to destroy this organization, despite the fact that it has spent nearly 2 decades building up an infrastructure, I might add, with aid provided that was supposed to go to the people of Gaza, to build an entire underground city just for its fighters and commanders so that they can be safe as Israel retaliates for the atrocities committed by Hamas. So when you are dealing with such a stark choice, yes, there are going to be civilian casualties because the army, the military that is usually supposed to protect those civilian casualties would rather sacrifice them for a PR victory. And that kind of cynical thing. So back to your question, is it a just war? It absolutely is a just war, but it's more than just a just war. It's a necessary war. Because what Israel must do in eliminating Hamas is to show to every other dirtbag Islamist terrorist group and nation state like Iran that this tactic of fighting wars will not prevail. Because if Hamas survives, then you will better believe that the next wars that are fought by various kinds of fanatical terrorist groups will continue to learn from their tactics. So in my view, it's an easy question. Of course, it's a just war. It's a necessary war, and when Israel finishes, hopefully, Baruch Hashem, and Hamas is no more, they ought to win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay, so personally, I don't know that I've heard about a lot of Nobel Peace Prizes for just completely annihilating and crushing your enemy. Have you heard of one?
I just can't even joke about something like that.
I mean, there's a lot of bad Nobel Peace Prizes given out,
For sure.
because they're usually given out to like horrible people that that made peace.
Politicians.
Or when it was given to Obama, I don't even.
Yeah, and it's like he droned kids.
Yeah, he just wasn't George W. Bush. So like there's a lot of bad ones, but not usually for annihilating. I mean, if Eli wants to start a Nobel War Prize, all the power to him.
I'm sure he would.
Yeah, but I think that's a little wild. Okay, so of substance, a couple things to talk about in that section. One of them being the claims of Hamas using human shields. So that's just like a little bit misleading. So I want to clarify what's actually happening when people say that. So there's no evidence that Hamas forces civilians to stay in certain locations for their military goals, basically to disincentivize Israeli attacks. There's been allegations of this that have gone around. I've seen like little videos trending on Twitter and people saying like, oh, they're blocking people from going someplace. Yeah, but this has like never been validated by anyone independent. We wouldn't have, where we are right now, some people have moved out of Rafah because they're attacking Rafah, but, they wouldn't have all like clustered in Rafah to be safe if they were being blocked from going there. So that, that basic fact alone kind of, points against, the narrative. And, when the ICC, the International Criminal Court, dropped their charges against Hamas leaders and also Netanyahu, in the charges against Hamas leaders, they included a bevy of war crimes, right? And using human shields in an act of like we are intentionally placing them in harm's way sort of definition, that is a war crime. And they investigated this and did not include this as one of the war crimes charges. Now, this doesn't, these are not charges from this current conflict. These are charges from the 2019 conflict. But just if you're looking at the track record, this isn't what you see, and there's no hard evidence of that happening. Now, if you think about that, is it really plausible? Like, is this narrative even plausible? Like, that Hamas would have the degree of support it has amongst Palestinians, which is much too high, in my opinion, obviously, if they wanted their people dead. I don't think so. And I don't think maybe you can find some human beings who they're just so ideologically deranged, they're crazy that maybe that is what they want. But I don't think you can have millions of human beings pursuing death. That is just so anti-evolutionary, so anti-human nature. And I think you have to have some racist views to think that. And I think that there are some racist presuppositions that go around about this conflict. So, I mean, there's a really famous line from Golda Meir, who's one of the Israeli prime ministers from 1957, where she said, peace will come when the Arabs will love their children more than they hate us. I mean,
I just hate this because you hear constantly people say that we have to do this war because of self-preservation. If this war isn't waged, Israel will be destroyed. That is exactly the same kind of self-preservation mindset that Palestinians use when they're going in to fight and do crimes. What do you think? They're doing it for fun? But again, this is this mindset that these people are distinctly different from all other humans.
Yeah.
For some reason, their motives are completely upside down. And of course, there are actual suicide bombers and things like that throughout history and throughout culture. That's not even unique.
And throughout Palestinian history in particular.
Yeah.
That was part of the Second Intifada.
But to describe an entire ethnic group as innately loving death is just not even scientific. It's not even based in human evolution, like you said.
Yeah, no, I want to be clear. Like, there are some truly ideologically deranged people. It's not clear if this was Hamas or not, because Palestinian Islamic Jihad and just also some kind of like random angry people followed Hamas into Israel on October 7th. And, you can watch videos of just the horrible, like needless things that they did just like clearly out of anger. I saw this video where I think they took like a shovel or something and beheaded somebody who was like injured, bleeding on the ground. And this person wasn't even an Israeli or a Jew.
Right.
This person was a Thai immigrant worker. It's appalling. So there are some people like that. Like, I don't mean to deny this, and it is relevant to the conflict. But to say that this is the entire Palestinian people, or like the, 30, 40-ish %, I don't have the polling in my notes here, that support Hamas, it's just like blatantly false on its face.
Well, it's propaganda. It's the way that people talk about the other tribe.
Yes.
And that's why this quote disturbs me so much, because it's exactly what people say in the process of dehumanizing the other tribe so that they can easily commit those kind of horrors. Because when you talk about people and you say they are less than human, they love death, it's that much easier to do those kind of sick and terrible things. And so I don't care what side you're on. When you use that rhetoric, you are in the process of perpetuating the state of mind that allows to dehumanize innocent individuals solely because you've identified them with that other death-loving tribe. It's so dangerous. It should be given a pass to no one on no side because of what it begets.
Yes, and what you said there, that is a quote that goes around, where there's a misstated Hamas quote that's used to in the media all the time to impute this sort of feeling to the Palestinian people. And the quote is, "We love death more than you love life." You may have seen that before if you look it up, or we'll throw it in the sources. And that's not the exact quote. The exact quote is the Al-Qassam brigades loves death, right? And that's a huge difference, because the Al-Qassam brigades is the militant armed wing of Hamas. So, these people are jihadist terrorists. They're monsters. Like, it's completely bad that they feel this way, but it's specifically jihadists saying this to strike fear in their opponents, okay? You can't then take that and impute that. Yeah, you can't even impute that to all of Hamas. Like, it's just the soldiers, right? Like, but you certainly can't impute it to all of the Palestinian people. And there's just no shortage of Israeli quotes that if you wanted to do the same thing, you could. So let me give one example. There's something called the Hannibal Directive, which is a directive that we've never seen like the official copy, so we don't exactly know how it's worded. And there's been apparently like different interpretations of it at various times and amongst different military members. But it's a directive that says something along the lines of, rather than letting Israelis be taken captive, it's better to shoot in their direction, even if it risks killing them. So, here's one quote you could totally make a misrepresentation like this with. That is, one statement of a version of the Hannibal Directive, which is in 2011, there was a televised briefing of a military commander before entering Gaza for an operation. And what he said in this briefing on television was, no soldier from the 51st Battalion can be kidnapped. A soldier should detonate his hand grenade and blow himself up with the person trying to abduct him.
Yeah, incredibly brutal.
Yeah, I mean, that's bad.
That's war.
I don't want to see that happen to people. And if I wanted to stretch this quote into saying, like, Israelis would rather like blow themselves up, than they love their lives, not exactly very hard to do that. So now it is true, of course, to give kind of like the other side, that Hamas does fight from civilian locations. I'm not justifying this. Like, it's really bad because it does contribute to the huge number of civilian casualties. But it's also kind of hard for them to do anything else because Gaza is one of the most densely populated regions in the world. It's as densely populated as London. And as despicable as it is, that's just how guerrilla warfare is done. This isn't unique to Hamas. And, contra Eli Lake, he said he wants to, prove this doesn't work through military action, but you're not going to prove it doesn't work because it's just kind of not true. Like, it's happened again and again throughout history successfully. The Viet Cong used these tactics. The IRA used these tactics. And you want to guess who else used these tactics?
Blow my mind.
Zionists used these tactics, but in the British Mandate period in Palestine before 1948. So the Haganah, the Irgun, and Lehi, Irgun and Lehi being the two more radical militias, and the Haganah being the more moderate one. Even the more moderate one, all of them, they all did this. And guess what else they did?
What?
You know what I'm going to say already. I'm just playing with you, but
I can't even act surprised.
But they built tunnels under schools and synagogues to hide weapons and plan operations. So, this is something that you'll see just repeatedly if you look at the history of this conflict, is Palestinian terrorists take their tactics from what the Zionists were doing when they were also terrorists in 48. And, the dynamics change when you have a military. You don't have to do that sort of stuff anymore. And let me clarify that even further, because I'm not saying Hamas has to do it. It would be better if they didn't. And it would have been better also if the Zionists didn't back then. But if you want to do those kind of guerrilla military operations, then it is.
It just blows my mind because, like I've said, when I first heard about October 7th, I was completely on the side of Israel because I didn't know very much. And the more I learned, the more I realized, oh, wow, there's a precedent to this conflict that is a lot more complicated than anyone I know gives credence to. And what's important about this fact that Zionist terrorist groups have used this exact same tactic of building tunnels and armories under civilian infrastructure is that Eli Lake represents this tactic as evidence that Hamas is a uniquely despicable and unreasonable and dangerous group that has no precedent and is unlike anything else. And thus, that justifies the high rate of civilian casualties because, well, look at what they do. They intentionally put civilians at risk because they hate life. They hate their own civilians. But then, will you apply that same logic to the Zionist terrorist groups that did the same thing? Or will you say, well, they had to do it? So can you speak a little bit to that? Like, same mechanisms that go on? I know there's some regard to which this is like even a PR thing, that both sides care about PR and things like that.
I remember Eli said in there that, Hamas is using dead Palestinians for PR purposes, right? And that's why they're using them as human shields. And I don't think, again, we laid out that's not exactly quite right. They're not really using them as human shields in that way. Like, of course, Hamas wants to use the number of dead Palestinians for PR. But that's different than wanting dead Palestinians. There's something called the Dahiyya doctrine, all right? You will hear lots about how Israel drops leaflets, they do roof knocking where they drop like a small bomb before a big bomb. And this stuff is really overstated. It's not actually that common. They do it in some amount of strikes, and that seems to be for PR with the West. I mean, let's look at this policy that's been leaked that they don't want to talk quite as much about. So the Dahiyya doctrine has been in place since the 2006 Lebanon war. And to understand what it is, we can look at some quotes. So after the war, an IDF Major General argued that in the event of another war, the strategy must not only be targeting Hezbollah, the Lebanese terror militia group, not only targeting Hezbollah directly, but targeting, quote, national infrastructure and causing intense suffering among the population. Serious damage to the Republic of Lebanon, the destruction of homes and infrastructure, and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people are consequences that can influence Hezbollah's behavior more than anything else. All right? Again, in 2008, an IDF colonel said, attacks should target economic interests and the centers of civilian power. Such a response will create a lasting memory among Lebanese decision makers, thereby increasing Israeli deterrence and reducing the likelihood of hostilities against Israel for an extended period. This approach is applicable to the Gaza Strip as well, okay? And what have we seen? We've seen the majority of Gaza's buildings destroyed. I mentioned some stats on stage in the last clip that we watched. But as of January, there has been more destruction in Gaza than in the razing of Aleppo between 2012 and 2016, in Mariupol in Ukraine, which is one of the major war zones, or proportionally, to the scale of the population, the Allied bombing of Germany in World War II. All right. Now, there's also been a clearly stated policy of cutting off food and water. This has broken down a little bit thanks to U.S. pressure. Thankfully, there was a time when Gazans were just all completely on the verge of starvation, and we've come back from that a bit. So that's good. But they just lie about the existence of this policy. There was this guy named Ayalon Levy, who's a major social media influencer and talking head, giving the Israeli perspective on the war. He was in Netanyahu's office, I believe. And after he did a really bad job of it and got suspended for lying to British politicians about the amount of aid being let in. So, they will just lie to politicians, around the world. And he did it in such a bad way that, he got caught in that instance. But, there's many instances where it's just...
Why would it be different?
Yeah, well, it's different because when you're lying to politicians, they can make a5 bunch of statements and issue documents. And if you're in Britain, because this is British politicians, create issues for you. If you're just lying to the public, kind of all that can happen is people call you out and you just go on saying the same thing. And, another reason we'll see what convictions come in if the arrests ever happen and the case is ever allowed to happen. But, this policy of using food and water or the restriction of it as a weapon was also part of the International Criminal Court's recent war crimes charges on Israel. This is collective punishment. Like, collective punishment is a war crime. Punishing the entire population to pressure them to kind of try to use the population as a weapon against the military or against leadership. It's deeply unethical. It's not necessarily the people's fault. Hamas is not supported by all Palestinians. It's wrong, and they're doing it. All right, there's also what's called the Where's Daddy program. This was another thing revealed in 972 magazine's coverage of the war, where Israel prefers to kill militants at home with their families. Terrible. Just awful. The IDF mobilized a 95-year-old man. It's kind of ridiculous to call that mobilizing, but they quote mobilized him to go out and motivate the troops towards the beginning of this war. This man's name was Ezra, and he is a veteran of the Deir Yassin massacre, where families were lined up and shot. There were rapes. Much like Hamas did immediately after October 7th. We've seen the video of the truck driving by and people spitting. They took people into the streets of Jerusalem and marched them through next to angry Zionists and then executed them. So what did Ezra tell his troops, or the IDF troops? He told them, quote, erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. And also, quote, every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. All the prophecies sent by the prophets are about to occur. And now, listen, I'm not saying this view exists anywhere near amongst a majority of Israelis.
Well,
even.
On the contrary, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you listen to a quote like this, and immediately everybody's like, oh no, that's just this one guy. Oh no,
it's not just this one guy.
It's because of war. But then you hear when it's the Palestinians, when it's that brigade, it's, oh no, the entire ethnic group loves death. Yes. How is this different? And this is, let me get a little tangent here briefly, because I think this is what people miss in this conflict. It's not about one side or the other. It's not pro-Israel, pro-Palestine. This is the worst of human tribal warfare, and it destroys innocence, because that's what collectivism does. That's what identity politics does. It takes innocent people and makes them the target for collective punishment. That's why this rhetoric is unacceptable for any person of any group at any time, unless you want that kind of war where it's just either I destroy you or you destroy me. Yeah. And that's where we're at. That's the rhetoric people play with now. Yeah. And they think it's okay because, oh no, well, we're on the good guy's side. And they don't realize how much that same pattern has played out through history. And later on, people look back and say, oh, you were really whipped up into a tribal warfare. And it was not as clear cut as you thought.
Yeah, a lot of the worst actions that can take place in a war, just generally across wars, they're not necessarily something that the head of the government or the head of the military decided to do and then passes down. Right. All you have to do is have one battalion commander, sometimes even one soldier, right? And, if it's a soldier, you might get court-martialed, you very well might not, but just some person who has some authority to do a horrible thing does a horrible thing and, gets away with it. So you don't need a majority for there to be a real enough for this to be a real problem. But a lot of this stuff you do see coming from the top, because what Ezra said there about, the prophets, that is very similar to what Netanyahu and other members of leadership have said, quoting the Bible about Amalek. And this is an important part of the South Africa International Court of Justice case. So Amalek is like the tribal enemy of the Jews in the Bible. And so here's, what they're ordered to do in Samuel 15:3. Totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. So just children, everything, just complete annihilation. Now, I was taught this in school, okay, at Jewish school. This is not like some fringe part of Judaism. Like this is, it's not the 10 Commandments, but it's a major commandment. This isn't relevant to Jewish life usually because the tribe of Amalek was wiped out in biblical times. So this doesn't come into play. And, I don't think, I'm not saying like, serious numbers of people like are taking it literally that Palestinians are Amalek. But again, just some proportion that does is enough for this to be horrifying. Like I've asked a rabbi once, like, would you really do this? Like if you found out, I know they don't exist anymore, but if you found out, one slipped through and this person was a descendant of Amalek, would you kill them? And, he was unambiguous. Like, yes, that is what we were commanded to do. I would have to kill them. This is not a violent person, but it's an unambiguous, like biblical and rabbinical commandment.
I can't stress this enough. Like this is collectivism. This is identity politics. When you decide that an entire group of people must bear the cost for some person or ancestor or group down the line that did an injustice to your group of people, you are engaging in identity politics. You are engaging in the collectivism that has perpetuated mass suffering for the entirety of human history. And listening to something like that is just, the question comes to me, you hear this constantly, like, it's the Palestinians that don't want peace. They don't want peace.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'll leave it up to people to think for themselves, but...
Well, we're going to give people a lot more to think about.
Let's
wrap up with this section because we've been talking about it for a while. So a couple other claims he made, talking about Hamas headquarters being under a hospital. He's referring to Al-Shifa hospital. We're going to come back to that, talk about that more in depth. He talked about, Israel had no choice but to confront this. We'll come back to that later, but just a couple things on that now, which is like, sure, yes, like Israel's having problems with Hamas, it has to confront it, but how? Like you want to be effective. You don't want to make the problem worse. Yeah. And there's a phenomenon called blowback, right? That is really, I think, well described by this semi-famous quote from a General Stanley McChrystal, who was important in Afghanistan, on what he calls insurgent math. Okay, so here's the quote. Intelligence will normally tell us how many insurgents are operating in an area. Let us say that there are 10 in a certain area. Following a military operation, 2 are killed. How many insurgents are left? Traditional mathematics would say that 8 would be left. There are more likely to be as many as 20, because each one you killed has a brother, father, son, and friends who do not necessarily think that they were killed because they were doing something wrong. It does not matter. You killed them. Okay? And, that's something that can happen, as he describes there. Even if they were a militant, it's just the person didn't think they did something wrong. The unambiguous number of civilian casualties in this. Like, is this making the conflict better or worse? Like, when you have a cycle of violence, it can just escalate and escalate and escalate. Like, if you got to be focused on long-term de-escalation. And
That's not been the strategy.
I have not seen that once in certainly Netanyahu's time as Israeli prime minister.
Yeah.
So, before we open it up, I think there's probably a lot of people here who would agree with you that if you could press a button and Hamas was no longer there, that would be desirable. The question is, can you eliminate Hamas by a war in which lots and lots of innocent people are being killed and maimed, or are you going to create more terrorists?
Well, listen, there will probably always be people who will be seduced by this lunatic death cult ideology. That's for sure. But there's a huge difference between having people believing all kinds of bad ideas and then having those ideas married up with a leadership, a military, a financial arm governing a statelet, as it were. So there are still, sadly, Nazis and neo-Nazis today, but the Third Reich does not exist. So in answer to your question, you're never maybe going to eliminate these terrible, toxic ideas, sure. But if you can show that these ideas will not be able to govern a place like Gaza or anywhere in the world, and that their leaders, wherever they are not going to be safe, I think that's a very important deterrent, and it makes it a much less of a threat.
Okay, so now is what Eli said there realistic? Let's look at what Israel's national security advisor said just days ago, that it would take another 7 months of fighting to attain what we define as the destruction of the governmental and military capabilities of Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. So that's this war continuing into 2025. And I don't think there's the patience in Israel for that, right. Okay? Israeli leadership right now cannot agree on a plan for the day after what's going to happen in Gaza when the war is over. The war cabinet, which is governing this war, is very, very possibly going to fall apart over the disagreements that they're having right now. So they're criticizing each other publicly, they're threatening resignations, and, to keep going until just like full destruction would force rejection of any hostage deal. So, presumably either Hamas would kill the hostages or the Israeli strikes themselves will kill the hostages because they're in the same places that Hamas is. And that's already how, some of the hostages have been killed. So, you can't have both. You either save these hostages' lives or you continue this war just endlessly until you achieve something that's still not going to happen. Because, like Eli said, they will still continue in some capacity. Just maybe you're getting rid of that infrastructure. And this is the same thing Israeli leadership is saying, by the way. Like back in February, Israeli military intelligence concluded that absolute victory won't happen, right? And that all they can do is degrade Hamas back to a solely terror and guerrilla group without an organized military.
But then wouldn't there be no government in Gaza?
These are exactly the sort of questions that is threatening to break up the war cabinet, because they disagree on which of these solutions is potentially the best one. There's been some talk of like maybe giving it over to like local Palestinian tribes. There's been talk of like having an Arab coalition come in and govern it. There's a couple of things that are like being proposed, and they're completely not being agreed on at the top level right now. So that's kind of where things stand. Okay, so what should we do then if we can't do this, right? You can save the hostages, you can work towards peace, and you can not actively make things worse, like in the long run, right? Or you can lose all the hostages, have even worse insurgent math. Hamas reemerges in time out of their guerrilla terror non-military status, right? And then in the long run, because you didn't want to make any peace and you just want to keep destroying, everything, you have no choice left but ethnic cleansing, because you just, you're not ever moving in the direction of peace. You're only moving in the direction of war. So
yeah, that seems to me accurate. I mean, I just ask, at what point, like, at what cost? At what cost do you keep pursuing this strategy of, well, we have to get rid of Hamas? And I don't think people have fully answered that for themselves. Because when you lay this out, which is, here are truly the options, here are the options that the actual people in this war cabinet are even fighting over themselves, you realize there's really not that much. There's really not more than continue this war until you downgrade this terrorist group, and then potentially they just come back, because now what? You have the issue with the insurgent math. I don't understand how people can look at something like this and think, if we just destroy this place repeatedly for over a year, that will lead to peace. It's not really peace what I think they're looking for, though.
Well, it's easy to say things like, I want to destroy Hamas, like,
yes,
no peace, no deal until
Hamas
Hamas is gone. Like, you see this all the time.
Right.
The actual reality of dealing with the difficulty of military or political solutions is not so easy.
It's not slogans.
It's not slogans. So, get past the slogans. Don't say the slogans on either side. And think about this as a real human being, not an NPC that just repeats the line.
Right.
I think it's really important. I'm going to do something which is blatantly going to fail, but I'm going to try anyway, which is ask every single one of you to answer that question very briefly, which is, how many civilian casualties do you think there have been in Gaza, and how many Hamas fighters have been killed? And we'll just go around everybody and give me a figure.
I think it's really important to note that Israel has accepted and verified Hamas's numbers routinely over years and years and years. And at no point has the Hamas numbers that have come out in the immediate wake of an incident been revised. Has there been a determination that those numbers were an estimation, so that Israel would have to recalibrate its choice to rely on those numbers? When we're talking about, remember, we're talking about Hamas numbers.
Just give me the numbers, though. Just give me the number.
Hamas is the government. I did a really short opening, so I hope you don't mind if I...
Fine.
Hamas is the government of Gaza. So in Gaza, the person who picks up your trash from outside of your house is Hamas. The person who runs the hospital and gives you your, childhood vaccines or whatever is Hamas. Literally everybody is Hamas.
Okay, I want to make sure, because it's easy to miss there, that people notice that Eli just interjected with something. And what he said is not for much longer in terms of Hamas providing these basic social services. Okay. And Briahna's not actually exactly right in what she said. So a lot of the services that she's describing generally are largely provided through UNRWA, which is the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. There's a lot to say about UNRWA. Okay. There's Israeli allegations against them and rebuttals back about staff of UNRWA being involved in October 7th. Where that seems to be now is it seems to be the Israeli claims are relatively overstated and unsubstantiated, but the UN is investigating and we'll know more. So I don't want to be definitive on that by any means. But what UNRWA does is it provides these really basic essential services for Palestinians that a government might elsewhere. And because of the blockade on Gaza, that's been in place for a long time. It was technically put into place in the 90s, actually, but it was much, much, much worsened when Hamas came to power with a total export ban. So because of that blockade, Palestinians are completely reliant on UNRWA aid for food, medicine, etc. Okay? Now, Israel doesn't want UNRWA to exist. They've changed positions on this back and forth at times, but the reason that they don't like UNRWA is because they don't want Palestinians to have continued refugee status. It wants them to resettle permanently elsewhere, also known as ethnic cleansing. So, it makes kind of their problems with the Palestinians go away if they're disincentivized from like continuing to be where they are because they can't survive there anymore because they don't have the bare necessity aid from UNRWA. So now UNRWA would also love not to exist, but for very different reasons. So the director of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini, said, quote, UNRWA is a temporary organization, which unfortunately has now lasted for 75 years. And these 75 years are nothing else than the expression of the international community's failure to have promoted a fair and lasting political solution to the conflict.
That's really bad.
Now, I bring this up and I pause here because Eli would also love to abolish UNRWA. So he's come out for that. So if you get rid of Hamas, which I think is good, I don't think it can happen in the way that he's saying, and you still want Palestinians to like get childhood vaccinations and not starve, then you need UNRWA or something, okay? Because otherwise, there's no alternative between reoccupation and ethnic cleansing.
The Hamas Health Ministry, which has been keeping these numbers, has been relied upon by international organizations and by Israel up until this point, at which it is, I think, inconvenient for Israel to accept these numbers that are very, very high. These numbers have been stuck at about 34,000 for over a month now because everyone who used to do the counting in the Hamas Health Ministry is dead. The hospitals have all been destroyed.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, so there's somebody in the audience like clapping at, these people.
Medics.
So many of them are dying that like medics can't even count the dead.
Now, this is one of, it's really disturbing. And I don't think people are understanding the depths to which tribalism has grabbed people around this issue. And it's really sick because this isn't your fight in many regards. These are people that live in Kansas or LA and have decided that somehow they are part of this tribal battle now at a level that turns them into tribalists. Yes,
and even, American Jews is obviously where this, happens the most, right? It's not their state, they live here. I have argued a lot of times why I don't think the like Jewish ethnic connection with Israel is appropriate or even real. But it's not limited to Jews. It's like Americans on the political right, like everywhere, are so attached to this. It's not just like the Christian dispensationalist evangelicals who believe in this because it will bring about the end times. It's just people that are like tribalized to hell. Like this is a good point to talk about the audience because I don't think we've done that yet. So this audience was extremely hostile throughout. Like you can't hear everything on this recording because the audience isn't mic'd. But there's just heckling throughout. There's laughing. There's clapping at like really like this moment, right? This is not the only time. Sometimes you will be able to hear. Sometimes you won't be able to hear. So I mean, what's your thought on that? Like, what do you make of the fact that like this particular room, because you were in there with them, was like this?
Well, this is what I wrote about. These people are hypocrites. And I find it, frankly, really disappointing and disturbing because these are the same people that make a whole issue about how callous and tribal and authoritarian and collectivist that leftists are. Mm-hmm. And yet they're sitting in an audience at a place called Dissident Dialogues. The whole point is to openly listen to people that dissent from your point of view. It's not a football match. It's a war. And the fact that they're bringing this football match energy to a war. Now, listen, there are debates that I think, it's serious, it's about politics, whatever. You want to clap, you want to get a little rowdy, sure. This is not one of them. This is a war that has cost tens of thousands of people their lives in just the span of months, let alone the entirety of the conflict that has caused so much suffering to innocent people on both sides of the issue. To clap like that should give everybody deep pause because it shows you what part of the brain you're thinking with. It's not the rational part that can actually solve problems and truly see the depths and complexity of a conflict and find a way out of it. It's the part that believes that the only way out is to crush the other side, is total domination. And that's what tribalism is. It's not about making peace. It's about warfare. It's about dominance. And that clap, I mean, when we talk about the health ministry, these are medics. Is it controversial to say that there are innocent people in Gaza who would prefer to not live under the terrorist organization that is Hamas? They still do jobs, though?
Yeah, like, Hamas runs a lot of these functions. Like, they're not militants. It's like,
right.
If that's your job and the only person hiring for that job is Hamas because they're a quasi half government, right, with UNRWA, what else?
You're clapping for innocent people being killed. This isn't the same. And this is what the problem is, because there's such a low information discourse around this issue, especially when people come to it as foreigners, right? Because what the fuck do you know about Palestinian life? What the fuck do you know about Hamas and this conflict in the Middle East? Really, though? Do you even know any Palestinians? Do you even know any Israelis, actually? I bet a lot of people don't. They know maybe one person who went to Israel once or some shit like that. This is a conflict with a vast culture and a vast history. And when you're low information on it, then you just plaster over this idea of Hamas bad on all Palestinians. So you hear medics getting killed and you think Hamas bad, terrorists. And you don't realize, because you're so low information on this and so outside of it, that there are innocent people even among the bad side. Just as there might be bad people among the good side as you see it.
Yes.
Because it's complicated. And so this kind of team sports energy, it should be a red flag. I don't care if it's the left. I don't care if it's the right. I don't care if it's apolitical, whatever you call yourself. When you're in that brain that says, I'm going to cheer for death for a vaguely defined group that is not actually an individual terrorist or a known named terrorist organization, the Gaza Health Ministry, you're clapping for them to die? These are medics. You can look it up. And it really speaks to how this issue has tribalized people in a way that, my personal point, how is this going to be good for American politics? Because these people live here. These people have to also think about our own issues here in this country. Do you really think that it's that easy to go out of that tribal mindset and be like, I'm rational now, I'm objective now, I'm not a tribalist now, but here I lose my mind? No, these are patterns of thinking that as we practice them, they become more ingrained. So the more you engage in tribal thinking on issue A, the more you will do it on issue B, C, D, F, so on. Did I do the alphabet?
In E. It's not a problem. So that's okay.
Yeah. And so the thing is, to me, like, we need to have higher standards. We need to have higher standards for how we discuss all these issues like that. And to me, it's just really disturbing. It's why I wrote my essay about, like, this is one of the fractures that can happen to this anti-woke right space. They think that they're so righteous. They think that they're so above collectivism. You're not. You're a human being. You're just as prone to this tribalism, and this is the evidence.
Every hospital in Gaza has been destroyed, partly because of mythology, like the idea that a Hamas headquarters was under Al-Shifa hospital, which was disproven roundly. It absolutely was.
Briahna, you're entitled to your opinion, but not your own facts.
It was. There was no Hamas headquarters under Al-Shifa hospital.
Briahna, so
there hasn't been, and there continues not to be.
Let me.
But the consequence
let me just
of
ask
that,
this again, because
I'll
I asked.
Okay, so we said we would come back to this just a little bit ago, and so now we're coming back to it. So the idea that there was a Hamas headquarters under Al-Shifa hospital. So Israel made very specific allegations about this. They said that there were 5 underground complexes, and they also said that the tunnel network could be reached from wards inside the hospital building. Okay, so that's the claim. That's the sort of like headquarters size thing that we're talking about, where you could run operations at that level. So this was never shown, and numerous independent analyses point that out. There was one tunnel entrance on the grounds of the hospital at the shack outside, okay? Not accessible from in the hospital. But, U.S. intelligence says that they were using that for weapons storage, and hostages were likely once held there. So I'm not saying it's not at all, needing military action, but you you can't just do the scale of what you're doing to a hospital where you have tons and tons of people for, just another small thing. Even in war, these places are supposed to be protected. It's not inside the hospital that the problem was. It's actually a place right outside the hospital. So this is actually a little bit more complex than it seems, this story, because, that one tunnel has been shared around a bunch of places as proof that Israel was right. So, for example, there was a CNN journalist that was taken by the IDF into Gaza to be shown the tunnel. And his article on it says, quote, "It is arguably the most compelling evidence thus far that the IDF has offered that there may be a network of tunnels below the hospital. It does not establish without a doubt that there is a command center under Gaza's largest hospital, but it is clear that there is a tunnel down below." Now, I bet you didn't know, because, I tell you every hour. But Israel built a tunnel under Al-Shifa Hospital in the 80s. That tunnel. So, Newsweek confirmed, and Newsweek's opinion editors are Batya Ungar-Sargon and Josh Hammer, who are, major Zionists. Batya did a debate with Dennis Prager against Dave Smith and Cenk Uygur. And so, she's a person that goes out regularly. And in her publication, their fact-checked confirmed that, Israel built the tunnel under Al-Shifa Hospital. There's no mention of that in the CNN article. So, lots of people where this is going around don't know that. So, now, obviously, this is, bizarre, okay? So, I have a little bit of a conspiracy theory that I put together. I'll just say what it is, and then we'll talk about it. So, why pick this location to say was a Hamas command center? Well, Israel could already confirm tunnels existed under civilians here, for sure. They knew that. They built the tunnel. Israel knew that in advance of having any evidence either way about further Hamas operations there. So they could easily allege Hamas uses human shields to justify attacks on civilians in this possible location. And under the rules of engagement, as I said in the debate earlier, they're allowed to kill 20 civilians by themselves if they kill one suspected junior militant. So you get a couple junior militants in there, you get one senior militant for which they can kill hundreds, and you've justified this attack under their rules of engagement, which allow for much more civilian casualties than U.S. rules of engagement did in Afghanistan and Iraq. By the way, we're going to get to claims later about the civilian-to-combatant casualty ratio, and there's a lot of misinformation going on about that, and how other urban warfare efforts compare to this one. This one is much worse than average, despite claims to the contrary. So now, is my conspiracy theory uncharitable? Okay, maybe. But equally so as saying that Hamas operates from these locations because they want their civilians in hospitals dead. Right. So it's another example of what you've been talking about with double standards. So I can't prove this. Could be totally wrong. I'm pulling this completely out of the air. I'm not pulling the hard facts about Israel built the tunnel.
The
But-
motive.
Yeah, but I'm pulling the motive
Right.
out of that. But this is at least as evidenced as Eli's claim.
I
So if
mean-
you're going to consider that like we should just totally
Right.
trust Israel, that this was Hamas's like headquarters because they say so, then if he can pull that out, I can pull this out.
I just don't trust anybody in
Nor should-
conflict.
nor should
Like
you.
I think that's the more
Yeah.
rational perspective, is that governments lie, terrorist organizations lie, and during war, people lie so that they can do what they want and win.
Mhm.
I think that's probably the more rational take.
Fighters.
wrap it up.
I asked you about Hamas fighters. So
Well, okay, so
34,000 total.
what we know is
How
that
many fighters?
3/4 of those are women and children.
So how many of those are
So
fighters?
even if all of the men were Hamas, which we know there aren't, because, for example, just a month ago, we saw the drone footage of an IDF drone tracking and shooting 4 Palestinian children as they were going through the rubble of their own house. I mean, there's innumerable examples of seeing people who are not Hamas being killed.
Okay.
Israel obviously
many
notoriously
would
shot
you say
3
are
of its own
fighters?
hostages that were stripped down nude trying to get free. So even if you count whatever the remaining 3/4 as being Hamas, it still remains the case that 3/4 of the 34,000 are women and children.
So how many
yes.
would you say are fighters?
I rely on the same numbers that everybody else does. I'm saying even worst case scenario.
So what are those numbers?
You're asking me to do math? What's
No.
1/4 of 34?
Well, I don't think all the men who've been killed are
8,000
8,000
or
okay.
so. Let's-
Do you agree with that, Jake?
It's approximately right. I mean,
Okay.
the numbers that I have, these are the numbers believed by U.S. intelligence. Around 35,000 total killed, 70% women and children. That's 24,500, and then not all the men are going to be Hamas
So
fighters.
somewhere 7,000,
That's-
8,000, yeah?
That's the best. Yeah, that's
Okay.
the best number. That
I
we
will
have.
come back to you guys.
All right.
Do you agree with those numbers first? I
No.
just want to establish this as a baseline.
No, I do not.
No.
Okay.
Let me explain. I think a lot of people may have missed the story, but Hamas's own Gaza Ministry of Health revised downward their own casualty estimates about a
That's
month
not
ago.
true. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No,
I
that's
can-
false. What happened is that they said that about 11,000 people did not have all the identifying information. The United States continues to believe the total number. That's false.
I don't know that the U.S. government.
I'll put
continues
out
to believe
sources
anything.
online.
What's
after
your
the
number?
debate.
What?
Eli, what's your number?
First of all, let me. I'm not
No,
trying
this
to. I'm
matters.
not trying to get out of it, and I'm not trying to. But I'm saying I think the most prudent thing to say is that, especially in the fog of war, we don't actually know who was a civilian and who was a fighter, and we usually find out that these things are wildly different. Just like we hear initial reports of massacres that turn out not to be massacres, or we hear initial reports of things that look fine and turn out to be much worse. There's a lot of things that in the heat of a battle, in the heat of a war, we can't possibly know. But I'm comfortable saying that it's telling that some 10,000 or 11,000 people they can't identify doesn't mean, I think that would be reason for some sort of skepticism at that point, considering that is their job. More importantly, I would trust people like John Spencer, who is the expert on urban warfare from West Point, who went and embedded with the IDF and did his own survey, and he says that Israel's standard at this point, or the ratio for how many civilians to fighters that are being killed, is far better than U.S. Performance in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Well, in
That's
order to
patently
say
not
that,
true.
you have to know what the number is, right? To be
not
able to make
true.
that claim, you have to know what the number is. So what
Okay, so
approximate
at
number
this,
is it?
I would say
'cause
approximately.
you can't
the
say
IDF
it's
says
better
around
without saying-
13,000 fighters are gone. Hamas, I think, has a lower number. Michael, correct me if I'm wrong. And then,
They say 6,000.
and then we have this number between 21,000 and 35,000 of civilians, and it's probably somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Okay, so a lot to cover in that section. You guys right on one thing, which is we are in the fog of war. Nobody's numbers are going to be perfect. But the Gaza Ministry of Health has proven itself a very good track record in past conflicts. So, we have the numbers from Cast-Led and Protective Edge, previous Israeli operations in Gaza, in which there was independent analysis done afterwards, as well as the numbers that the Ministry of Health was tracking during. And the post-war numbers were accurate within 5% of the Gaza Ministry of Health's numbers. So, we have strong reason to believe this. It's not just like oh, you trust Hamas, which is what they'll say if you use those numbers. So, and it's not just us talking about this. It's also the Israeli and American intelligence services that trust these numbers. And so, what we said there is correct, that the reporting has changed over time. They now report two different metrics, right? They have one count with all of the people that are dead, and then a second count with just the identified individuals with full identifying information that are dead. And in the second group with full identifying information, the number of women and children are lower. Okay? Are we clear on this?
I just want to comment briefly on the fact that he was wrong. He was blatantly wrong, and he was on a stage misrepresenting the numbers to the audience.
Yeah, well, it won't be the first time.
He says, I take this very seriously, and I think people should take this seriously because I've started to realize most people are really bad judges of character, and unsurprisingly, when we want something to be true, we're not very objective. And so someone gets on a stage and says, I'm an expert in this. I know what I'm saying. Everybody else is stupid and they're just leftists. And Gaza just dropped their numbers massively. And that shows that Gaza health ministry is not credible. So all these people talking about these numbers, they're wrong and they're not credible. He was wrong. He was blatantly wrong. And so luckily, you interrupted him there to inform the audience of what was accurate.
Yes.
Because if not, how many people would have walked away thinking all those numbers are fake? Eli Lake told me that they dropped the numbers down, and that shows that they're fake. When the reality is much more complicated and doesn't paint that narrative.
Yeah, so you're completely right, and it's so hard to get accurate facts in this conflict because there's just so much propaganda from both sides that wants to push a specific perspective, and so they'll tell you something but not the other thing. And by the way, I cannot promise you that this video will be completely free of that. I mean, it's just hard to know sometimes when you don't have full context, and that's why I said, like, if you know something I don't know and you want people to know it, put it in the comments. Even better, put the time code where I talk about it in the video in the comment too, so people know exactly where I was potentially wrong.
It's just about communicating the level of certainty that you have with that information.
Yeah.
If he believed that, all he had to say to convey the lack of grounding for his information is, I'm not certain about this, but my understanding is that they dropped the number really low. So to me, that seems to show that this Ministry of Health is not credible.
Yeah.
Then we could easily say, let me think about that, because he's not pushing it as a narrative that no one should believe these numbers, and anybody that does is believing falsehoods or naive or stupid. When you push a narrative, you use certainty to solidify it, and that's, to me, that's disqualifying. That's disqualifying for a public intellectual to be that wrong and that disingenuous in promoting falsehoods.
I agree completely. So let's get back to talking about these numbers. So in the fully identified count, as I said, it is a lower percentage that is women and children. Okay, so why is that? Now, you might say Gaza Ministry of Health is lying with the full count, and that's what it is. Okay. I can't fully disprove that, but again, they've been very, very credible in the past. I have a great track record. There's some other possible reasons, which is what we know is that a larger percentage of the unidentified deaths are from direct reports from family members. Okay. And parents are potentially much more likely, if they lost like a child, to be able to report that child's full identifying information than if a child dies. Thank you. If a child dies and if a child survives and their parents died, they might not know all of that parent's full identifying information. So that's one reason that it could be. We don't know yet, and more information will come in when it comes in. The best source that I have on this presently that looks at just all of this is from just an amazing scholar at the London School of Economics named History Speaks. You can follow him on Twitter at history_speaks, which is absolutely one of the best accounts to follow on this conflict. It's an absolute must. He was an amazing help to me in my prep for this debate. So look at his article in the sources, and it'll give you a better understanding. I mean, the broad takeaway from it is that if you look at everything they're putting out, we can still, even with that lower women and children count, still expect a civilian to combatant ratio of approximately 3 to 1. Mm-hmm. Okay, so 3 civilians dead for every 1 combatant. So again, as we're talking about double standards, I want to bring up that Israel also reported early numbers that the media ran with from October 7th, because you just can't you can't get all the full identifying information right away. It took 2 months for Israel to fully complete their revisions downwards, actually, from the 1,400 first report number to 1,163. These revisions were in part from realizing that some of the dead were Hamas fighters. Some portion, we don't know how much, could be small, so I don't want to overstate this, but some portion were killed by, Israel's Hannibal directive counterfire. And, and that really should not be used to justify Hamas at all. I want to be clear, because some people have said things along those lines like, oh, well, Israel could have killed a ton of the civilians because they have this directive. Right. We've seen a document that is believed to be Hamas's invasion order to their militants, and it instructed to, quote, inflict the greatest possible human casualties. So do not take away any blame from Hamas just because Israel may also bear some portion of responsibility. So why was this so hard? So the bodies were received in states beyond recognition by forensic scientists. They had to bring in archaeologists to help identify the dead, which is just, it goes to show just how brutal and horrible this massacre was. But, if you've looked at the destruction in Gaza, there is no reason to think that the bodies aren't being received in exactly as bad a state. And so I really doubt Gaza has as much access to those sorts of academic scholars who can do these analyses. And mainland Israel is not in the chaos that Gaza is in right now. So it's much easier to collect bodies and conduct work. So I just kind of think that the entire thing Eli ran with there is unfair. Now, let's talk about John Spencer. Okay, yes. So John Spencer is this alleged urban warfare expert. I'm sure he's an expert on some things. That is cited just all over the map on this to say that, as actually Israel's doing a really good job relative to urban warfare standards in terms of the amount of civilians that they're killing. Okay, he has put out that the average civilian to combatant death ratio in an urban war is 9 to 1. This is just simply false. Okay, so there's an entire paper from all the way back to 2014 debunking this from an Oxford-based international relations scholar. So, this claim has been debunked like long ago. It should not be continued to be repeated. And like every claim of fact I'm making, it's in the source list. So, believe me, read it. So how Spencer has also come to say that, other wars are worse or comparable than what's Israel doing is by manipulating the numbers in past U.S. wars by attributing responsibility for all the civilians who died to U.S. forces. The Battle of Mosul is one example of a conflict where, there's all these civilian deaths and look, the ratio is worse, but thousands of those people were killed by ISIS. So if you take those numbers out, you don't find that this is true at all. Assad and Putin had a 3-to-1 civilian to combatant death ratio in Aleppo. Okay? Do you really think that Assad and Putin are better than average on this? Okay? And that's about the same ratio that we're expecting, at least basically expecting, has happened in Gaza thus far.
Michael?
Yeah,
the number specifically.
Well, I don't have one.
You don't have one.
I have the same information as Briahna said that everybody here has, but I'll tell you one thing that is relevant. There was a attack on a hospital, very early days in October. Everybody remembers this. And we found out later through multiple investigations, multiple journalistic outfits, discovering that it was an errant Islamic Jihad rocket. The initial number that was given of civilian dead by the Gaza Ministry of Health was 500 who died in a hospital, 500. Go look this up. And then it was revised down after it was revealed that it was their own
Yes, it was
rocket.
revised down.
I am talking, and you're not going to talk right now. So I'm not Robbie Suave, sorry.
That's so rude, first of all. What did Robbie Suave do to him? Why you gotta come for Robbie like that?
Well, no, that's her. He's referring to her because she co-hosts Rising.
I know, but he's saying as if Robbie Suave is some kind of cuck that just sits there and lets her interrupt him. And it's why are you coming for Robbie like that?
Yeah, Robbie's fantastic.
Yeah, leave his name. Get his
leave
name
Robbie
out of your
alone.
mouth.
This is kind of a minor criticism, but I'm trying to cover everything, so let's talk about it. So he's referring to Al-Ahli Arab Hospital, and this actually isn't fully settled yet. There is really good cause for skepticism towards Hamas's claim of Israeli responsibility. There's a lot that wasn't right about this in what was said. However, a February analysis from the Forensic Architecture Research Agency at the University of London has taken and looked at the evidence Israel put out that, this was probably a Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas rocket, and really challenges that and comes to the opposite conclusion that it was most likely an Israeli munition. So I don't know enough to evaluate that. I, just like everybody there, have seen a lot that calls that narrative into question. But I just wanted to put that out, that this isn't fully settled. And I also wanted to put out that Palestinians are not the only side making potentially false claims about this incident. Okay? So former Netanyahu social media aide, Hanania Naftali, tweeted shortly after the bombing, before any evidence came in, that, quote, Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital in Gaza. A multiple number of terrorists are dead. It's heartbreaking that Hamas is launching rockets from hospitals, mosques, schools, and using civilians as human shields. Hashtag Hamas is ISIS.
The hashtag is...
He deleted this shortly after when the narrative changed, but you see the willingness by people playing PR to just say the thing that will get the people on their side.
I'm sorry, that's what
before
Moynihan
anyone
just
knows.
did.
So, like, you have to take this claim with skepticism every single time it's made, that, oh, they only bombed that civilian location because, there was a Hamas headquarters under it, because, there were just a bunch of terrorists there. It's, they're not being reckless at all in the number of civilians they're willing to kill at all. They don't have, ethnic cleansing plans at all. I'm sure there's a lot of complicated psychological and strategic factors that go into Israeli planning about a lot of this stuff. I don't want to always impute like the worst motive either, but you really got to have skepticism. Like if Israel claims that, don't just take their word for it. They have a record of lying, just like Hamas does.
Yeah, just like most governments do. I mean, like, just like happens in war. Again, this is just, to me, I know in a debate, people are incentivized to promote things. And this is why I hate debates, by the way. I think they're terrible methods for discerning truth, particularly when they're not structured and moderated well. That's crucial if you're going to have anything good come out of a debate. But the thing is that people make these statements with such certainty and such confidence and push it as if there's no other option, there's no other explanation. And that, to me, is, if that's the way that you talk about everything all the time, I don't want to hear your opinions on it, because I think that you're more interested in promoting a specific narrative and that you are reasoning with motivation to obtain a certain outcome rather than to actually get to the truth of things, which often means looking at both possible narratives or all the different layers of something and giving credence to the fact that, like, here's how much certainty we have on this. Here's what this could mean. It could mean that. When you hear people talk like that, when you hear people make these kind of qualifying statements that say, I'm not certain about this, but, or I can't verify this, but, or this could be this, but it could also be that.
It's the sort of sources to look for in the conflict. I mean, that's what I try to be. I'm sure I fail sometimes, but that's what I try.
Well, people like to hear people that just say slogans and make things simple and let them go into their tribal brain where they can wave little flags and say pro this, pro that. And to me, any person on any side of any conflict, in any issue, I don't even care if it's like this particular issue, I want to hear nuance. I want to hear the fact that you don't think you know absolutely everything. Yeah. If there is some other competing narratives or some claims that are more dubious, speak to that.
Yeah, and so let me just say, because I know, a lot of people are probably watching this, not because they're on, Lake or Moynihan's side, but because they want to do confirmation bias and because you're pro-Palestinian and, you want to hear just the arguments and the dunking. And nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with wanting to listen to that. I'm happy to have you here. I want you here. Stay, keep watching, have a good time. But what I would just say is to watch out for that in yourself. Like, you will be more effective if you try to be the way that you just described right now, rather than just saying the slogans. And it really does make a difference. Like, changing the tenor of the conversation, already in America, polling is showing that support for the Israeli side and for this war is dropping, okay? And if you want to stop the United States giving billions of dollars to this enterprise to help make it easier for them to avoid making peace, because, they don't have the economic incentive anymore. They can, afford these expensive wars rather than making peace. If you want to put a stop to that, it really matters, actually, that you're the most effective you can be when you talk to people about this, wherever you talk to them about it. So don't say the slogans. Make yourself the most credible sounding voice that you can, because if we do this together, we can put a stop to it.
So those numbers, and I'll tell you this, like in war, keeping in mind that Dresden, for instance, where I keep seeing this coming up on Twitter, et cetera, the German government determined that the number in Dresden was anywhere from 20 to 30,000 about 15 years ago. I mean, knowing this stuff in real time is very hard, so it's nearly impossible to answer that question without having some kind of knowledge. What I can tell you is I don't trust anybody in this. When I was in Ukraine, right after the war started in Ukraine, I was in a bar, and they had a thing up, the number of jets shot down, number of Russians killed, and it was wildly inflated.
Yeah.
And I was on the side of the Ukrainians. I didn't want to see them be invaded by these heathen Russians, but I was like, I think they're kind of inflating that. So everyone is doing that. So clinging to these numbers as if the Gaza Ministry of Health, of all people, don't have a vested interest in puffing them up as big as they can is ludicrous.
Okay, so one thing I observe is actually we're not that far off.
Yeah, that's what's incredible. Everyone basically agreed with the numbers.
Yes.
The numbers conversation it's not actually a good question.
Well, you
because
started it by saying the ratio.
No, well, the ratio.
That was your
the
point.
ratio is important. The total numbers are not important because.
But that's why I'm trying to work out is what ratio of fighters to civilians. Because you're saying there's too many civilian
Okay,
casualties.
yes, okay, I understand. The ratio is important.
Yeah.
But at the end of this conflict, all of the groups are going to come to approximately equal numbers. This has happened in all of the previous conflicts. Israel's estimates, Gaza's estimates, and the United States' estimates, they're all in about the same place. So talking about, they're trying to exaggerate the numbers, so they said 500 or whatever. Yeah, they were wrong when they said that. They revised down, and I'm not even necessarily.
Were they wrong
I'm
or
not
were they
even
lying?
necessarily.
Just an innocent mistake.
Or maybe it was
Within
manipulative.
24
Just a
hours, that
whoopsie.
was corrected.
One at a time. One at a time.
No, but my point is
It's a
that
big ratio to get from 500 to 30.
No, it's fine. I agree that Hamas has an incentive to incentivize the number of civilians, and Israel has an incentive to incentivize to maximize the number of combatants. But I'm just saying, after the end of all of these conflicts, they get to the same numbers. They're all around the same place. So this isn't really going to be.
Okay,
And here's
but
the
we
important
agree,
point.
right?
But here's the
Broadly.
important point. Part of why the Hamas health ministry is very good at tracking the deaths is because, and by the way, Israel isn't contesting, apart from for political reasons, took a while for them to start contesting these numbers. It's because Israel knows where every single person in Gaza lives. Gaza is under the control of Israel. It is an occupied territory according to international law. And as a consequence, they know the names and ages and addresses of all the people that have been killed. That is why Palestinians have been able to put up slideshows where you can scroll through. It takes about, I think, 7 minutes to scroll through the names of just the 13,000 children that have been killed with their ages next to their names. These are real people. And so even if you think every adult, including all of the women, were Hamas and deserve to die, I think there's a really important question as to whether or not you think the 13,000 children who have been killed, some of whom we've watched been tracked down and killed by Israeli drone cameras, are the adequate consequences, collateral damage for this allegedly just war.
Okay.
So Briahna, if the reason that you trust those numbers is because they have the specific information, well, doesn't that also mean that you wouldn't trust numbers that were then, they couldn't say anything, information about this 10 or 11,000?
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
When
the
they
question.
revised their numbers, they said, these are people that are part of the totals and we don't have names or anything else with that.
Corroborating evidence is what I'm describing. So for a lot of the deaths,
Okay, and I'm
they're
saying,
able
you
to.
don't have any corroborating
Israel
evidence
provides
for
none
a
of
third
this
of
information.
your
One at a
claim.
time. One at a
Can
time.
you respond to the 13,000 children and whether or not you think that they're
I'm happy to
appropriate
respond to the
colonial
13,000
collateral
children.
damage?
Can you respond to whether or not
You
you still
haven't
think...
done so yet.
What?
Can you respond? You said
Okay,
you're
well,
happy
you
to
haven't
respond, but
answered
you
my
haven't.
question. You just told me
I asked the
that
question
the
first,
reason that
Eli.
you trust the numbers is because they've painstakingly
That's not what
given
I said.
the names and the ages.
No.
Yes, you did. We
I
all
said
heard it.
one. I said one of the
One
reasons.
at a time.
Trustworthy in every
And
other
then I
conflict.
asked you
Okay,
if that's
all right,
the case.
all right, all
They
right.
all end up the same
Stop.
at the
Everybody
end in
stop.
every other
Everybody
one.
stop. Everybody stop.
Wait a minute.
Everybody stop.
I said
Everybody
one.
stop.
I said
Briahna.
one of the reasons, one of the many reasons that you can
Okay.
come to trust the numbers is because there are these records that can corroborate many of the deaths. Moreover, I would point to other instances. For example, the fact that a CNN investigation showed that Israel has desecrated 16 cemeteries in Gaza since this conflict started.
Okay.
Is
We're
Hamas
getting-
under the cemetery? At what point do we acknowledge that this is an effort to destroy a community so that no one ever wants to return and ethnically cleanse them out of Gaza permanently?
Okay, cool. So we'll leave that part there.
Okay, so I think we have two broad topics in that section to talk about. As you can see, I'm quite frustrated because we're now over a half an hour into this debate and we're still like debating numbers, which, as I keep saying, like,
Yeah, like this is
like,
not
there's
necessary.
not, it's just not necessary. Like Gaza Ministry of Health has a good track record. Everybody's competing claims are going to converge by the end.
Yeah.
Right. And okay, so I think the two topics to talk about are trusting unidentified numbers. We've talked about a lot of that in the last section. And then ethnic cleansing. Right. So now I want to point out on the trusting of the numbers side that Eli has cited the 1,400 deaths from the October 7th attack. That was before that they did their full counting, right? So we talked about that in the last section. And I'm not saying Eli is wrong to do that. I probably cited that number, and I continue to cite the Gaza Ministry of Health numbers. I'm just saying it's a double standard, okay? Now, genocide. I don't use this term, okay? I don't really think it's exactly correct that Israel wants all Palestinians dead. Israel wants all Palestinians gone, which is a perhaps a minor difference, but a difference. So I prefer the term ethnic cleansing, okay? They want them gone. If they, go and settle in Saudi Arabia or Jordan, I don't think Israel has any desire to like hunt them down and kill them.
Right.
Okay. So at this point in the war, I doubt Israel thinks it can actually accomplish an ethnic cleansing of Gaza. But there's good reason to think that it wants it. And we are going to get into that in the next clip in much more detail. But ethnic cleansing happened in 1948, and there is enormous amount of historical and recent discussion of, quote, population transfer, which is the Zionist euphemism for their ethnic cleansing.
Because one of the interesting things is actually everybody agrees on the numbers, broadly speaking, and yet we're having this debate about it from a perspective of everybody actually agreeing on the numbers. So you brought up the ratio, right, which is why I've been honing in on the numbers point.
Yeah.
So the ratio is about 1 to 5, broadly speaking, right?
It depends, which is what I was talking about earlier with the AI program, but I'll let him answer.
Yeah, so that's where we are. Now, on that basis, why, and I'm going to ask them an equally annoying question for their side, but what should Israel have done in response? And please, we've had this discussion so many times on my show. When you ask somebody, what should Israel have done? And they say, not this. And they won't ever say what Israel should have done.
I'm happy to answer that.
I will.
Yeah.
What should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
So targeted, very, very targeted strikes against actual Hamas targets that do not let this much civilian casualties. Somebody in the audience is laughing, so let me point out a little piece of detail about that. So Israeli intelligence sources have leaked that 2,000-pound bombs, these are dumb bombs that are not precision, they're cheaper munitions. They're not being used to uncover tunnels, as the PR agents have said, but to kill individual junior-level militants in their apartment buildings, okay? And thus, in lines with the rule of engagement, where they can kill 20 civilians to kill a single suspected junior militant, to kill all the civilians who live there. Nearly half of Israeli munitions dropped on Gaza are imprecise dumb bombs. So this is terrible. Okay, so you can, I hate Hamas, I want to get rid of Hamas. The second thing you need to do is actually resurrect the peace process, because what we've seen at every point in history is that if when the Palestinians feel that there is a real path towards peace, they moderate, the hatred decreases, and the violence stops. This is how the second Intifada ended. So the second Intifada ended with a resurrection of the peace process, okay? And since the end of the second Intifada, Fatah has not engaged in, violent terrorism, okay? So there's that. And then there was also the Oslo Accords in the 90s, which ended when the peace process didn't feel like it was working towards anything that was going to be successful, because Clinton required to Arafat that he waive the right of return, not limit the right of return. I'm talking about Palestinians who were ethnically cleansed from their home, expelled, okay? Benny Morris counts 24 massacres that happened in Palestine. And these include areas where at least 150,000 were pure expulsion in the Nakba, okay, of a total of 750,000. And then many, many others who fled in fear and all sorts of other things. But a large portion was actively expelled. And there are Palestinian refugees that are still actually alive from back then that can point to you exactly where their home was. They can point to you exactly where their home was, or their children are alive, or their grandchildren are alive, and they can point exactly to where their family's home was. Homes that often those families lived on for generations, okay? And that land was expropriated after the war and given to Jewish owners. Golda Meir lived in a house that was stolen from a Palestinian Christian and given to her, okay?
So just come back with me to what Israel should have done.
Targeted strikes that don't hit civilians and resurrecting the peace process.
Okay.
I'm so sick of it. It's just the ugliest behavior. Clapping to silence you at a debate in an event called Dissident Dialogues. These people are frauds. They're hypocrites.
And we don't mean the event organizers, to be clear.
No, not at all. They actually put on the debate.
They're wonderful. But
Dissident Dialogues is the action of listening to opposing sides. Yeah. But a lot of people there have this heterodox, anti-woke brand and don't actually abide by the principles that they mock the left for not holding. You don't have them either. If you're clapping to stop someone from giving an example directly relevant to the answer that you're giving, which is to describe what is necessary for peace, what is necessary for progress in this conflict. Now, God forbid someone clap if Konstantin told Moynihan to hurry it up and finish up when he was doing his total emotional appeal, actually irrelevant to the question. Early on, when they're saying some other question of what's your opening statement? He decides to recount the gruesome events of October 7th. That's fine. Great. But would you clap if Konstantin said, okay, yeah, but let's get back to the point, when he was in the middle of that emotional appeal? That is how you know people are in this tribal mindset. They don't care. They don't want to hear about the horrors that have happened on the other side of the conflict. But they'll sit at length and they'll call you an anti-Semite and everything if you don't let them go on at length about the horrors on their side of the conflict. The clapping, to me, it's also just you're such a hypocrite, dude. We're there to listen. We're there to learn from the opposing side and say, okay, actually tell me, what is it that you don't agree with me about? What is it? Because I don't see it that way, but let me hear you out. It would never occur to me to sit in a debate and be yeah, shut him up. What on God's earth are you doing at a place called Dissident Dialogues if you don't want to listen to dissent? Now, when I didn't like something, listen, there was a lot of things that I didn't like. I did not clap when anybody got interrupted, or I did not heckle. None of these things. What I did do to engage with the ideas that I supported was to clap when someone finished making the point that I agreed with. That's great. Engage as the audience. But that little clapping, that little burst of clapping for you being told no, we don't want to hear about the actual evidence of injustice against Palestinians. Get to the point. It's just so biased. It's so biased and ridiculous.
Briahna, what should Israel have done?
I think you're right. I think Jake's right that it's really important to answer the question of what Palestinians want, to answer the question of what Israel should do in the wake of October 7th. And I think pointing to the fact that, half the population of Gaza today are the actual people or the descendants of the 700,000 who were purged, ethnically cleansed from the land that is now called Israel and the Nakba. So I'm sure many of you can imagine what you would do in that sort of a scenario. If when your grandparents were young and your parents were their children in their house, they had been chased out of wherever you live, at 13 Pine Drive or whatever, and you were forced to move a state over in a refugee camp. That's constructively what Gaza is. It's a refugee population of 2.3 million people. And you can look over there. You are close enough. You know. You can Google Maps if you have Google.
And I'm going to put this to them. I'm going to put this question to them. But what should Israel have done?
That there's a family that's literally living in a house that you might still have keys to, tending olive groves that were your family's line of business if they haven't cut those all down. And so the people who have had that experience, as you can imagine if you were in their shoes, are never going to let up, wanting to have the right to return to their homes. This is not a kind of 2,000 years ago sort of a dream. This is
Are there
in
lots
my
of Pakistanis
lifetime.
who want to return to India?
Now, I happen to have a friend in Pakistan. Friend/business partner. We work on another YouTube channel called Beyond Now. Go check it out. And so I don't know much actually about the India-Pakistan conflict. I've heard it's similar. It was certainly another British territory that got partitioned. And so I asked him about this. And what he told me is it's not an issue because there's basically no similarity. Wow. Okay? So after the 1948 First Kashmir War, civilians were allowed to live on whichever side of the border they wanted. If they chose a side other than the one they owned land on, then it was given to the nearest family member. And both sides of Kashmir, which is the region that they fought over in that war, that's what sparked the war, are predominantly Muslim. Anyway, it was only after that people went to where they were going to be that there was a line of control put in place, which is the heavily fortified border that is between India and Pakistan in the Kashmir region. So this idea of like huge numbers of refugees that got stuck on one side of the border and never got to go home, well, it didn't happen. That's why you don't hear about it. So another thing that's not similar about the India-Pakistan situation is that substantial self-rule was granted on each side of Kashmir. Okay, so each side of Kashmir got its own independent prime minister and parliament. They were still part of India and Pakistan, but they had substantial autonomy and self-rule. That only ended on the Indian side very recently in 2019. And when it did, it led to riots. So if you didn't hear about it, well, sorry. I mean, follow different news maybe, but they were complaining about it a lot. So it's not like, oh, we just moved on. Both sides in the India-Pakistan conflict agreed to a two-state solution. That's very different from the Arab-Palestinian conflict, where the Palestinians and the neighboring United States, did not agree at all. It was only Kashmir that was a contested region, and that's what started the war. Eli's going to come back to this again, and when he does, we will say more about it.
In my lifetime, you purged me from my literal home where I have keys to, and now it's being occupied by someone who maybe immigrated from Europe, maybe immigrated from Brooklyn, and that injustice really hits home. On top of that, you've been denied the right to have any kind of state, a passport, an airport, a country, the kind of things that constitute a country, right? Joe Biden is now spending your tax dollars building a port in Israel, in Gaza rather, because Gaza isn't allowed to have those kinds of basic infrastructure projects on its own. So what absolutely needs to be done is for there to be a right of return for the people who were purged out of Israel.
So Briahna, just so I understand, you think that Israel's response to October 7th would have been to build Gaza an airport. Is that right?
Is that what you think I just said? You
I'm
have
just
some
trying to
serious
understand. I asked
listening
you the
comprehension
question.
issues, Eli, if you think that that's what I just said.
Well, no, I'm trying to get it. You just gave a long,
I can slow it down for you and say it again if you're struggling
soliloquy.
to understand, Eli. Would
I'm
you
not
like me to say it for you
struggling to
again?
understand anything, Briahna.
Okay.
I'm asking you. You were asked what Israel should have done, and you gave a long soliloquy about how Gaza doesn't have infrastructure.
As the moderator,
so I'm
I
asking,
do agree
is that
with
what
this,
you think
but
Israel should have done in response
You
to
haven't
October
answered
7th?
my question, which is fine.
The right of return. Do you not know what the right of return is?
In response,
I know
Palestinians
all
have
about
to
the
be
right of
allowed-
return.
Hold on, let me do my job.
Yeah.
So, in response to October 7th, Israel should have instituted the right of
I
return.
mean, long before October 7th.
No, but
there's
after
gonna be
October 7th.
There's going to be no peace until Palestinians have been granted the right of return. Yes, that's right.
We're talking about this particular war, and we're asking if it's a just war.
Yeah, look, I think there's a world in which people kind of intrinsically understand a kind of Old Testament eye for an eye sensibility.
I'm going to put this all to them.
Sure.
I'm asking you,
I'm
after October 7th, what should Israel have done? It's a fair question.
I'm literally answering.
You have not answered my question.
Like I was saying, I think intrinsically there's an idea that there's an eye for an eye situation after October 7th immediately, where a certain number of people needed to be killed, Hamas needed to be targeted, there needed to be a reaction, right? I can understand that. But in the first week of the siege after October 7th, more bombs were dropped on Gaza, a 25-mile strip by 5 miles wide, than were dropped on Afghanistan in 1 year of war.
Okay, let me try a different way. Do you agree with Jay?
And very quickly, the number of Palestinians that have been killed doubled, tripled, quadrupled the number that had been killed on October 7th. So the question is, much less than what's been done. Almost immediately, there was a retribution in a kind of Old Testament way. And everything beyond that, I see very little moral justification for.
Okay.
I don't like this at all. I think people give Eli Lake way too much of a pass, which shows that it's very much this team sports thing. Because I'm willing to criticize Briahna for interrupting, for going on too long, for not getting to the point. But I think her sass in return to his completely irrelevant, weird little attempt to dunk on her. So the answer is to build Gaza an airport. What are you talking about? Like, why are you doing that? Be quiet. Let the debate go on and get to facts.
Yeah, what you're referring to is that, both online, if you look at the comments on the other uploads of this video, as well as at the conference the next day, there was a lot of, Briahna talked over people, all this stuff. And, I agree with you. I think Eli was much, much worse than that, and extremely uncharitable.
Yeah.
So to bring it back to the facts, obviously that's not what she said. She didn't say build infrastructure. She said allow. But I think that's interesting because I think it's revealing of Eli's mindset.
Yes.
I think that being allowed in his worldview is identical to giving.
Yeah.
Right? That, Palestinian life is just fully at Israeli permission. I think that's anti-human rights, anti-freedom. And it's appalling at this event in particular. There was another talk the next day with a Iranian dissident named Ahmadinejad. And, she's just fighting for the freedom to live life how they see fit of Iranian women. So I just found it really inappropriate. Let's get into some of the facts about infrastructure in Gaza and the situation. So the nominal GDP per capita of Gaza is 1/4 that of in the West Bank and 1/3 of that in Egypt. And Egypt is a relatively poor Arab country. The only places poorer than Gaza in the Middle East and North Africa are active war zones. The blockade on Gaza started in the 90s, at a more limited scope. Israel withdraws from Gaza in 2005, unilaterally, They're still blockading. Hamas is elected in 2006, and they fully take over after an attempted coup by Fatah, Fatah is the party that controls the West Bank and headed by Mahmoud Abbas. The full extreme blockade starts after that in 2007. And from then until 2015, there is a complete and total export ban. So they basically can't have an economy because they can't sell anything outside of their tiny little strip. So Gaza's economy de-developed relative to its economy in the 90s. And it's completely reliant on UNRWA for aid. Now, if you look at stats that I've seen Coleman Hughes and others make this claim, you'll see that, life expectancy and certain health stats look okay, but that's only because of the UNRWA aid. It's not because they're some thriving economy. They're a completely dead economy that is the people are only living on the charity of others. Now, a lot of people want to blame like Egypt also for enforcing this blockade. They'll counter this point with like, well, why do you just blame Israel? Like, Gaza has a border with Egypt. They could solve all of this. And what to know about that is that's true. I think there is blame for Egypt that should be directed at them. They should be pressured not to continue this after the war. Hopefully they won't. Hopefully it'll be a different situation. We'll see what happens. But they do that because they're pressured by the US aid that they get, right? So as I've said before in the video, Israel is the #1 recipient of US foreign military aid. Egypt is second, and with exactly half of the amount that Israel gets. So, they're heavily pressured to do this if they want to keep all that money. They're basically being bought off to do it, amongst other things. And it's also worth knowing that Israel controls movement of goods, before the war, over the Rafah crossing, so over the border with Egypt. So they actually do control that border too. So why? I want to talk about the history of Gaza. So, Israel unilaterally pulled out, like I said, in 2005. Why did they do that? It looks like this wonderful, magnanimous thing. Like, we don't want to rule this area anymore, so we're giving it to you. Like, here you go, right? That's not really the story. So this was under the prime ministership of Ariel Sharon, horrible war criminal who conducted expulsions that led to the high refugee count, who oversaw the Sabra and Shatila massacre, where when they were occupying Lebanon, these Christian phalangist radicals who were allied with the Israelis, they let them into a Palestinian refugee camp and let them just slaughter civilians, okay, while they sat by. So what Sharon said to his advisor as the motive for the pullout was to freeze the peace process. So here's the quote. Quote, "The significance of the disengagement plan is the freezing of the peace process. And when you freeze that process, you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state, and you prevent a discussion on the refugees, the borders, and Jerusalem. Effectively, this whole package called the Palestinian state, with all that it entails, has been removed indefinitely from our agenda. And all this with authority and permission. All with a presidential blessing and the ratification of both houses of Congress."
Wow, that says a lot.
So, right of return also comes up in that clip. Konstantin does not accept that as an answer for what Israel should have done in response to October 7th. It was an answer, but I don't think it was a realistic answer from Briahna, which is why I gave a different one. I'm sympathetic. I think that giving the right of return now and immediately is completely the right thing to do. And, I think that Briahna is coming from the perspective that, Israel is the original aggressor in this conflict. The Zionists went to a region with the intent to build a state on top of an existing population in which they would not be equals, okay? And has complete power over the region today, and thus, I think in Briahna's view and mine, Israel has the responsibility to solve this conflict by righting the wrongs that it's done. But, I understand at the same time that Israel's not just going to be like, oh, we're going to back up. You just did a terrorist attack on us. So we're going to give up on everything we ever wanted. And I really do think, and I hope this has come throughout this video, that I care about practical and realistic solutions and actually understanding and bringing people to the table. And I talked to Konstantin actually for a couple minutes about this, maybe not a couple minutes. I didn't get that much time with him, but after the debate, we're going to talk later in the video about that I think the history is really important of the conflict. And, what he told me is that he doesn't care about the history and that he's looking for solutions from where we are right now. Now, abstractly, that sounds like it makes sense. And I understand how Briahna's solution might not look like a solution if you're coming from that perspective, right? But I want to take this to a reductio ad absurdum. So imagine somebody beats the shit out of you. Okay, you got bruises everywhere, you're injured, you're in the hospital, okay? They stole everything that you have. They raped your family. They nuked your hometown. Every crime in the world that could be done is done, but you're alive.
All right.
Okay, not a fun imagination.
No.
Right? Okay, so now you're alive, you want justice, and you're fighting back. And somebody comes up to you and says, I don't care how we got into this conflict. I won't look at the history.
Yeah.
I'm interested in how to get to peace now.
Right. Well, that says a lot. That's about right.
Yeah, I mean, again, as I said, it's a reductio ad absurdum. So I'm taking it to its logical conclusion. But you can't take the history out of getting to peace. That's just completely not realistic either. That's every bit as unrealistic as what Briahna said there.
Yeah.
And Konstantin asked this question a lot on his show Trigonometry. Whenever he does an interview about this topic, he always asks this question, and then people won't answer the question, and they come off looking bad because it makes it look like they don't have an answer, and they won't answer for the reason I just gave, like that reductio ad absurdum, because it's just an absurd question to them, right?
Wait, so he asks that of
Palestinian
types?
All the time. Yeah, he did an interview with Bassem Youssef.
Mm-hmm.
He wastes half the interview just him continuing to ask this question, and Bassem refuses to answer it on his terms.
Yeah. See, the problem is that it would be convenient, perhaps, to forget the history. And I think that says a lot, because the reality is the history is how you understand the problem, and how you solve a problem is by understanding it. And I mean, the famous phrase, history repeats itself for those that are ignorant of it. Why would you ever willingly say that a long conflict, a foreign conflict, also one that you don't have personal experience in, I don't need the history to figure it out. No, you just shouldn't try to figure it out, period, if that's how you feel.
I agree. I think it's a bad question. I think Konstantin expressed bias through many of his questions. I'm fully willing to accept that, that wasn't necessarily intentional or malicious, but I just think he's coming from certain presuppositions that just don't understand. And, I really recommended to him after we did this, I know this historian, he goes by History Speaks. He's a scholar at the London School of Economics, and Konstantin immediately rejected that. Said he wasn't interested, didn't want to talk about the history, and I hope Konstantin changes his mind on
Well, we do want to talk about the history, because the history is very important. So that's why we're making this video, because others won't.
Now, you guys, I hope you answer my questions.
Wow. Thanks for
we
having
got
us.
there, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that. We did get there. I'm not being a dick about it. One of the biggest arguments about October 7th is that what do you expect oppressed people to do? If you're living in the situation that Briahna and Jake are describing, if your family's been moved from their homes, if they see daily violence, if all of this stuff is going on, what do you expect those people to do? Now, this isn't in any way to obviously justify October 7th, but isn't the behavior of Israel going to continue leading to these sorts of atrocities and this endless war that never ends?
Well, I mean, to answer your question,
Yeah.
if you go back to 1936, the first time that the Yishuv, before there was a Jewish state, responded to the Peel Commission was to accept partition of the land. The response from the Arabs was known as the Arab riots, which were quite destructive. Move forward a little bit more to 1947. There's a UN partition plan. Guess what? David Ben-Gurion and the Yishuv, before there's a state of Israel, accepts it. The Arabs do not. 48, they declare independence, but only in the area that was allotted by the partition. But not only did the Palestinians declare war, but so did every other Arab state, for the most part, declare war in 1948. Moving on, 1967, all the Arabs again attack Israel. Israel wins. They get a lot of territory. In many
The Arabs
ways,
did not
the
attack
antecedents-
Israel in 1967. Israel
What?
started that. Israel started the 1967
Oh,
war.
it did?
That's a false statement.
Have you ever heard of Gamal Abdel Nasser? Come on, man.
Well,
Listen,
I'm aware
this
who
is-
Gamal Abdel Nasser is. I'm aware he was building up troops on the border. I'm also
Do you aware that, like, every
I'm
other
also
day he was
aware
saying,
that-
"I'm gonna destroy Israel"?
I'm also, excuse me,
Come
I'm
on.
also aware he didn't start it. Israel started it.
Okay.
And U.S.
All right,
intelligence's
sorry.
assessment
Where
was
two
that
Arab armies are
US
amassed on Israel's
intelligence's
border,
assessment
and their
was
leaders
that
are yelling and
Egypt was
screaming about
not
how they're
going
gonna
to start
destroy
the
the
war.
Jews and
They
run all the
passed
Jews
this
into the sea.
information
Jake,
on
yeah,
to
Jake,
Israel.
Jake,
Let
Jake,
the
Jake,
man
Jake.
finish.
And they invaded
Jake,
anyway.
Jake.
He didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt him. Why is
Okay.
this so fucking difficult? Sitting
Okay.
over here quiet as you guys speak. Let us talk.
Anyway,
Fucking hell.
after
It's fucking difficult because Eli Lake has also been interrupting the entire time and is blatantly misrepresenting history, and you probably weren't going to get a chance to respond because you very often did not get a chance to respond after something was said by the other side because it was like, okay, ignore what they say. Now anyway, answer this other question. It's like, they just said something really wrong that the audience should know is really wrong. And in this case, that's exactly what you did. I'm sorry. I know that everybody likes to treat everything like a football match now. You hear the audience, woohoo! It's just the most immature shit I've ever seen. Why are you cheering on someone that is having an emotional outburst and cursing at the other debate participant for flagging a blatant misrepresentation? Let you say your thing or let the moderator deal with it. It's not your place to jump in and be like, what the fuck is your problem? This is to me like, I'm sorry, but I would not let someone speak to me like that. So I would not speak to others like that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not obvious, I mean, I interrupt and, go on that where we were talking over each other because, I'm quite frustrated at this point. He says a bunch of things that are like really misleading in a row and then says one thing that's just like blatantly factually false. And so I interrupted because, as you'll also notice, like Konstantin offers us not a single rebuttal throughout the debate. This isn't really a debate that he's trying to conduct. He's conducting like a 4-person interview. And a debate, and I was expecting this going in, like rebuttals are part of the structure. It's why like a huge part of my prep was thinking through, like, here's what Eli and Moynihan might say. I need to have my response to those prepared. And so I interrupt because I know if I don't, I'm not going to get a chance to like flag for the audience that like, hey, this is false. So let's talk about all these points. We're going to come back to 1967. Let's talk about the earlier ones first. So he talked about the Peel Commission proposal. Which it's important to know about that like sort of first partition plan. It included the transfer, let's remember that means ethnic cleansing, of 225,000 Palestinians. This is a major part of the reason that this plan was rejected. It's not the only reason, but it's a major part. So it's also worth knowing that the Zionists didn't even fully approve of this version of a partition plan. Okay? The World Zionist Congress voted for it, so like there was an official acceptance, and of those who approved, was David Ben-Gurion's faction, the first prime minister of Israel, and he is quote delighted. He was quote delighted at transfer in the proposal, but his acceptance of it was provisional. It was a provisional basis for future negotiations. So it's not even like they fully accepted, like, yes, these are the lines. We're good now. Why won't you agree to this? Like, that's not really what happened. Okay, so there's another faction of Zionists that reject it. There's a couple of them, but the most important one to know about is called the revisionists. Okay, so this is revisionist Zionism is the name of the political philosophy, and its fundamental premise is territorial maximalism. So that means they don't want to give up any of Palestine, which on their map at that time includes not just historic Israel, but all of Jordan. Okay? Now, that's sort of a relic of history, but not totally, because actually Israel's current finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, he just like recently spoke at an event in front of that map with Jordan on it. And like Netanyahu had to apologize to Jordan.
Oh my God.
Because they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like what's up, bro?
Yeah, you have somebody high up in the government who's
blatantly be like, that's ours.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I also think that this example coming from Eli in particular is really hypocritical, because Eli is a massive fan of one of the leader of the revisionists and future prime minister of Israel and co-founder of the Likud party, Menachem Begin. So Eli Lake wore a t-shirt with Menachem Begin's face on it. That's how big a Begin fan he is, to a previous debate he did on this topic at the Soho Forum. The Likud party is the direct ideological successor to the revisionist movement. The Likud party, this is Benjamin Netanyahu's party, and it has controlled the Israeli government for 34 of the last 47 years. So it's important to remember that this territorial maximalist spirit, is the antecedent of the governing philosophy of today's Israel. Okay. Also about the Peel Commission, worth knowing that the British government itself rejected it just 1 year later because of the transfer issue. So, this was not a proposal that like lasted very long, or that was like, fully agreed to by every other party. And it's just, the Arabs were being intransigent. Right. Now, it's correct that Arab riots happened in response to Peel. And that's awful. It's also worth knowing, though, that in that same time, Begin's Irgun, that's the radical revisionist militia, internationally recognized terrorist group, Zionist terrorist group from the area, led attacks on Arab civilians. There was Black Sunday in 1937, where they shoot pedestrians and attack buses. I mean, just wantonly indiscriminate in who they're targeting. And the Irgun regarded that day as a, quote, commemorative symbol evoking the Maccabean rule.
Which I know you have written about.
We'll throw that in the source list too. So next year, 1938, they blew up multiple bombs in Arab markets. And according to Benny Morris, one of the leading historians on the conflict, he's kind of unique amongst these like new historians and being more pro-Zionist than the rest of them. But according to Benny Morris, the Arab dead from these Irgun attacks matched the Jewish dead approximately from the prior Arab riots. So this didn't curb Arab terror. And in Benny Morris's take, it pushed the moderates into supporting the Arab rebellion. So you're talking about exactly the kind of blowback, exactly the kind of insurgent math. It's
the same mistake.
Same mistake.
It's the same thing. And this guy puts a T-shirt on with a terrorist's face on it. That's, to me, what is really just unconscionable. And I repeat, do not assume that you are a good judge of character just because you're you. It's a skill that I think more people should be thinking deeply about, is in this time where we see people on screens and we hear disembodied voices and quote unquote the experts, we've learned how often what seems on the front, like expertise and compassion and just pure interest and rationality, is driven by something a little bit more devious at times. And when someone, as Moynihan would like to say, when someone wears a terrorist on their shirt, believe them. Believe them about what that means.
I agree completely. You know, I really think it's like pretty equivalent to being a Hamas supporter. Like, you know, if you're, you know, a lover of Begin and people like that, I literally don't know the difference. Like, they did all these same things. And, you know, I say at the beginning of the debate, Israel also has in its government terrorists and murderers. Begin's long dead, but, you know, there's so many others. Like, it's not...
Yeah, it's a unique in that this government has a lot of people that legit did terrorism, killed people, and then we're like, we're in the government now. We're your politicians. Like, that's happened throughout its history.
I mean, this current government is like past that,
right,
like,
that stage.
Old school style terrorism stuff, but not war crimes and not terrorism supporting either. Like, there's Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is in the current government, and, you know, had on his wall a picture of a man. I'm blanking on the name. We'll put it in the sources. But, you know, this man did a mass shooting of Muslims praying at a location called the Cave of the Patriarchs. And that guy's in the current government.
It drives me crazy because you know, you hear, do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I fucking hate Hamas. I think that sucks. I don't like Islam. I think it's not the best religion, but I don't like any religion. I think there's a lot of conflict in the Middle East that sucks. And it's like, you know, I'm not naive about any of these things. I've always been a critic of that. It's why I'm not religious particularly. But hold your standard consistently.
Itamar Ben-Gvir is not well liked. Thankfully, he will hopefully be pushed out of the next government. It's disgusting that he's in this current one and was invited into the coalition by Netanyahu, and Netanyahu also actually helped his party win, Ben-Gvir's party, so that he could build a governing coalition. You know, yeah, it's
there's just so much.
Yeah,
I just want to reiterate again. So this is what fascinates me, right? Because people watch a debate like this and they cheer for Eli Lake, like, yeah, you know, you're saying the right things. They don't realize how much is getting left out. And that's exactly why we're doing this, because just as easily as he sits there and says they rejected the offer, they don't want peace, and then what happened? They went out and did terrible riots, which are terrible. I grant you, that's horrible and disgusting, and I hate it, and I wish that wasn't the case. But what about this terrorism that was done then in response after that? What about all these nuances about how and why that deal didn't go through? What that deal entailed? The ethnic cleansing of over 200,000 people. You know, when you add in those details, you realize, oh, wow, this really isn't that simple. And I just dislike deeply anyone that gets on a stage and tries to promote such a simplistic narrative and does it with such a snide attitude at the same time, as if it's just the most simple thing in the world.
I agree. Okay, let's move on from the Peel Commission plan, the Partition plan, and why that was rejected. So the Arabs were first promised a state in 1915, okay, in something called the McMahon-Hussein Correspondence. This is before Jews are promised a state in 1917's Balfour Declaration. So the Arabs are given this promise by the British, the soon-to-be occupying power, in exchange for their assistance in World War I. Okay, there are leaflets dropped all over Palestine making this promise, which is, you know, heavily motivating for them to fight and die in some numbers in the World War I effort against the Ottomans. In the Balfour Declaration, there's this, it actually doesn't promise per se a state. It says a national home, which has been interpreted a number of ways. The Zionists definitely interpreted it as a state. That's what they wanted. But this was misrepresented to the Arabs, or at least, I don't know, misrepresented. It was told differently, right? Like, they were told that this national home vague language did not mean a state. It just meant, a bunch of them are going to move there, and, this will be a home for them too. So in the partition plan, you get kind of not that at all. You get a Jewish state that's going to be given 56% of the land for only 30% of the population. And then within the area partitioned to the Jewish state in this 1947 UN plan, a 55% Jewish majority is going to rule over an Arab 45%. So it's barely, right? So you have, this 45% that's going to be living in a state that is not for them, by these people who have, been committing terrorism and doing all this stuff against them. So the plan only passed with intense U.S. pressure, threatening to withhold all sorts of things from various governments around the world if they did not vote for this. There are UN delegates who voted for it, who apologized with tears in their eyes. I understand, to the Palestinians for betraying them. No country anywhere close to Palestine that was a UN member state voted for it. And, so this is nations, many of them in Europe, who didn't want to absorb Jews after the Holocaust, voting to export their refugee problem to people who weren't responsible for it. So, and by the way, this was Ben-Gurion's plan all along. So before the Holocaust, when the Nazis are still doing all sorts of horrible things, and still killing and Kristallnacht and all this sort of stuff, there's something called the Evian Conference, which is there's all these Jewish refugees, and the world's countries are meeting to figure out some sort of solution for them. And, this is a famous failure because barely any countries agree to take in barely any amount, which is exactly what Ben-Gurion wanted. He was on record opposing the conference. He did not want this conference to happen because he wanted the Jewish refugee problem to be a large problem so that it would pressure the British to give them Palestine. Okay, so the Arabs were not accepting of any partition plans, whether it was the early Peel one or the 1947 United Nations one. But they did accept other things. They made repeated proposals for a shared state with, quote, a democratic government representative of all sections of the population on a level of absolute equality. Okay, another thing Eli says. He says that, they declared the state after the partition plan. Israel declared the state in the territory allotted to them. Now, that's technically true, but it's very unclear if the Zionists ever intended to stay within that plan's borders. The day before partition was passed, the CIA warned American leadership that the Zionists would ignore partition and wage a strong propaganda campaign in the US and Europe for more territory. Okay? Ben-Gurion himself wrote a letter to his son a decade prior that said, quote, a state on only part of the land isn't the end, it's only the beginning. The establishment of a state, even if it's only a partial one, will serve as a powerful lever in our historic efforts to redeem the entire country. And still today, much of the Zionist right talks like this. I took that quote from a 2017 Jerusalem Post article, which also says that Israel's current land is, quote, just the beginning. Okay, so...
I wonder why this conflict has gone on so long. I just don't know.
So now let's get up to what caused the outburst in this last clip, the 1967 war. So what he said is really just false. Now, it's true, I suppose, that the amount of threat Israel felt at this time with the Egyptian army, on the border. We just don't know for sure. Can't get in their heads. We don't have perfect available documentation, but we do know they started the war. All right.
Which is not what he said.
But there's also, I was trying to go further than that, which, he talked over. He didn't want people to hear that. And so let's talk about why it might be the case that Eli is very, very likely just completely wrong with his narrative, and that Israel really didn't feel any threat at all and started this war. I think the case for this is just completely overwhelming, even though it can't be 100% proved. All right. So the 1967 war, just for those who don't know, it's called the Six-Day War. And at the end of it, Israel takes control of the West Bank, Gaza, and the Golan Heights. All three of these, they continue to occupy to this day. The Golan Heights is taken from Syria. They're probably never going to give that back. But the West Bank and Gaza, that's where the Palestinian state is going to be. So they've occupied this ever since they took it then. And they also took the Sinai Peninsula, which is Egyptian territory. That was given back later on in the peace deal between Israel and Egypt. So at the very beginning, what sparks this conflict is Egypt threatens to close the Straits of Tiran. This is a 3-mile wide naval passage that it's not on Israeli territory. It's between Egypt and Saudi Arabia, but it's a waterway that leads up to Israel's Eilat port city. Okay, this is a part of a boycott of Arab League countries against Israel. Now, Egypt at this point already has troops in Sinai in a defensive position due to prior Israeli strikes on targets in Syria and Jordan. Egypt communicates to the US and to the Soviets that Egypt won't take the initiative in attacking Israel. The US officer in charge of relations with Egypt reports that he's certain no aggressive intent from the Egyptians. And Nasser publicly denies that Egypt would strike Israel at this time. And he spoke of full peace with Israel if Palestinians were given the right of return. Now, some military officers suggested invading Israel, and it seems that Israeli intelligence caught on to this. Okay, but Nasser rejected that. And it's likely if Israeli intelligence caught one half of this, they would have caught the other half too. Also, just kind of an aside here, central to the invasion plans from the Egyptians that were proposed and rejected was an attack on the Negev Nuclear Research Center in Dimona, where Israel presumably did develop nuclear weapons. And I just think that's kind of interesting to consider in light of Israeli actions against Iranian nuclear sites, because you want to be kind of consistent here. So at this time, Israeli Foreign Minister Abba Eban is in the United States. And he receives a message to tell President Johnson that Israeli intelligence points to an Egyptian first strike. And Eban didn't believe it and is, quote, livid at these instructions. Okay, Israeli historian Tom Segev believes that this was an active attempt to mislead President Johnson. Okay, and but U.S. intelligence takes this seriously. They study it and they report back to Israel. And what their report says is that if Egypt attacked first, the war would only be 1 or 2 days longer to gain air supremacy, and Israel will win in up to 9 days. Israel denies this and says they're badly outgunned. The United States dismisses this and believes themselves being manipulated. Johnson tells Abba Eban that his intelligence people are unanimous, okay? And when the war breaks out, their estimates prove extremely correct. Of course, it was a 6-day war, and the intelligence estimate is 7 to 9 days. So 7 days, presumably, if Israel attacks first, and 9 days if Egypt attacks first. So this is wildly accurate. And the CIA director at the time, Richard Helms, Johnson is so thrilled by his accuracy that he gets invited to a bunch more meetings because Johnson is so happy with just how accurately he predicted everything about the Six-Day War.
After 1967, the first response from Israel was, all right, let's negotiate. And then they were greeted with what is known as the three no's. Now, fortunately, better leadership did come along. There was another war in 1973, we all know, and the Egyptians made peace, and then the Jordanians made peace, and other Arab states have largely gotten out of the maybe we can just destroy Israel business. The last stand here of the people who are still rejecting any possible partition are the Palestinians.
I'm just a little confused here. I have no idea what he's talking about. It's really rather bizarre. The PLO formally accepted a two-state solution in principle as far back as 1988. This led to the Oslo negotiations. I mean, he knows all of this. A deal got very close. There's blame to go around for that, for sure. We discussed earlier in the debate that really the killer on the Palestinian side was Israeli and United States rejection of the right of return. But to say that, there's no peace partner, nobody will make peace, they just reject everything. The Palestinian Authority still supports a two-state solution. Like Abbas talks about it constantly. And then meanwhile, the U.S. votes to veto every UN Security Council resolution calling for one, which the Palestinians beg us to do over and over and over again. Meanwhile, Likud, Netanyahu's Likud party, continues to expand settlements in the West Bank. And Netanyahu has just repeatedly expressed opposition to a Palestinian state. So it's a present, if that's a word. But it's just this vibe of blame everything on the other guy.
And also, here's one of the little factors that you can clue in to see that someone is thinking about something in a very tribal way and is pushing a black and white narrative. It does not fit with normal human behavior, because now we're talking about this small group of people who, for some reason, despite their terrible circumstances, are uniquely unreasonable compared to all the other Arab states that he discusses. This one, that one, they all stopped trying to destroy Israel. But these people, oh no, they're just different. They're different. And that's already going to clue you into are they though? Or do you just want to present them in that way? Because people are actually people. That's the one universal, is that people tend to be the same in terms of their human drives. And we come back to that unique language that tries to frame Palestinians as having some kind of strange drive towards death. It's just a red flag.
And the Palestinians continue to start wars, which they hope will eliminate Israel, lose those wars, and then say, oh my, we're the victims. I want to go back to 1948. 1948, again, was not a war that the Jewish state started. It was a war that the Jewish state finished as part of its independence. Now, there were all kinds of population movements and transfers throughout the 1940s, as we all know. But the only group of people that has its own special UN organization to basically treat the great-grandchildren of original refugees as if they have this so-called right of return are the Palestinians. We don't hear anything about Kashmiris wanting to go to India, or various ethnic Germans wanting to go back to their homes in Poland, or any number of things. Millions of people in this period. The only people we care about is the Palestinians.
So what should they do? What should Palestinians do, in your opinion?
Stop starting wars with Israel and losing.
Okay, so we talked about India and Pakistan and the Kashmir region earlier, so that's handled. But the whole thing is just bizarre, because he gave another example that also is even more ridiculous than that one, which is Germany. Mm-hmm. Germany, first of all, Germany and Poland are both EU member states. They have free movement between people. But even worse, the Berlin Wall, and like, am I crazy? Like, this was this was one of the biggest deals ever. When the Berlin Wall came down, for exactly this reason, because people were getting shot trying to go from East Germany to West Germany. Like, are you nuts? We only care when it's Israel and Palestine.
I mean, you can hear the disdain in his voice, though. It's really just, I don't know. This guy does not seem to like Palestinians, is my hunch.
That is,
I'm willing to see
I think by this point in our video, I think we can perhaps draw that conclusion.
I'm willing to stake on that.
The Palestinian situation is still talked about because it's unresolved.
Yeah.
Unlike all these other situations, which have been resolved and have been very noteworthy major world events when they happened. And, even if it weren't unique, I think still, if you are on the political right in any capacity, certainly this is a bigger thing for libertarians, but you should have some sort of respect for property rights. I mean, that's an important function is ownership and private property. And to have this idea that there's these people who, they have the keys to the homes that they owned. They passed them down from generation to generation. They were dispossessed of their property, and it was given to Jewish owners. They want it back. And this situation has been unresolved. We're not talking about kicking all Jews off the land. We're not doing anything like that. We're saying specific plots of land that we know were stolen. If you go to a pawn shop and you buy stolen goods, it has to be returned. That's it. That's just how it is. So I think this is appalling. I think anybody who is politically right of center should find this appalling. I've tried very much because the pro-Palestinian side is just so identified with the left to really make it clear, like, this doesn't have to be like a left wing, like, oh, Israel is more powerful and,
Right.
All these people are dying. And, therefore we need to have equality in the death or something, like a sort of left-wing argument. The problem is that civilians are dying, not that, one side is taking more inherent losses than another. But this is just it's a property rights debate and dispute.
Yeah, I think this is one of the places where the right really fumbles the bag. Okay, so they're so angry about the left. They want to beat the left. They want to win the culture war. You're dropping a huge opportunity right now to teach why property rights matter.
This is why we don't have violent conflict in the United States or the West that's quite like this. Because, we have property titles. We have a system of purchasing them and trading them that maintains respect for ownership. If you devolve to a system in which these things can be taken by force, then this is what you have, is you have violent conflict where you have people fighting with each other to take it by force.
And that's been all of history, too. That's why a classical liberal society that advances property rights as an important part of people's individual rights has less conflict, does not have wars like that, does not have these regional kind of battles of like, I'm going to take that housing association over there by force. We're going to go and capture this building. The reason that happened so often in past history, this common, conquest and all this ethos of the past, is because there were private property rights that were respected. It was just, I'm going to take that. I want that. And so we're seeing this kind of ancient conflict play out in this way, and it really hinges on that issue of not respecting private property as a method of solving differences without violence and force.
Yeah, and this conversation actually brings up a couple things that are worth talking about. So it's talked a lot about by Zionists that, they went and they purchased the land and Arabs got mad at these land purchases. And that's interesting because I think there's actually blame to go on both sides in that dispute. on the one hand, Arab, just kind of masses got mad at other Arab landowners who sold their land to Jews, because, Jews might declare independence on that land, and then we wouldn't, have it as part of our state. And I think that was wrong. It wasn't totally perfectly wrong, because they were somewhat right in the sense that the Jewish landowners didn't want to stop there. They owned something like, I don't have the number in front of me, but something like 6% of the land at 1948. So, this is marginal, but we're not dealing anywhere with the numbers that were given to them in the UN partition plan. But nonetheless, sales were banned at many times because of this fear. And, that's not right. People should be able to freely trade their land to whoever they would like. That's what ownership means. Ownership means the ability to sell. Otherwise, you don't really own it. Now, on the other hand, there were a lot of problems with certain Jewish land purchases, because they weren't actually purchased from the Arabs. Some were, and those are the ones that I just talked about. But other Jewish land purchases were purchased from absentee landlords in Greece and Turkey. And the issue with that was that they originally gained those property titles in unjust ways, which was, there were land laws passed in, I think, the 1850s in the Ottoman Empire that would have forced all this not good stuff on the Arabs that were actually living there, as it was split up into parcels. So to take ownership of the land under the Ottoman land laws was something that a lot of the Palestinians wanted to avoid having these obligations to, I think, serve in the military and all this other stuff. So they entered agreements to live there as long as they would like. And the people in the Ottoman Empire, the landlords, they took the rent and paid the taxes that were due on the land and made some profit for the Arabs not having to take on all those obligations. But then at the Ottoman side, they broke the agreement and sold the land to Jews. And then the Jews kicked off the Arabs in violation of the agreement that they had. So this is not acceptable. And this is what happens when property rights don't get broken up and determined in a good way, and when contracts are essentially violated. The most famous example of this is called the Sursock purchases. So we'll throw up a source on that, and people can look more into it.
But what about I think it's a fair point that they're not living in the best conditions.
No, they're not living in the best conditions.
Right?
And by the way, there have been gazillions of dollars of international development aid to Gaza. But guess what? It's stolen by their horrific and terrible leaders. And it's not just Hamas, who are these fanatic dirtbags, which we all know what they did on October 7th. It's also the Palestinian Authority. They are so incredibly corrupt. They pocket it for themselves. And the only way that they are able to constantly kind of hold on to power is by poisoning the minds of their population and making them think that they can destroy a thriving Jewish state that's there when Israel has in Oslo, under Ehud Olmert, and I'm telling you, if there was a Palestinian leader that said, okay, let's do it, let's do the partition, I guarantee you the Israelis would be fine with it and we could get it done. But that's the problem. The problem is the Palestinians still want it all, and they just have to let it go. It's a dangerous delusion.
In what way is that not a boss?
Okay, so I'm referring to Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas there, who I've mentioned before. Obvious peace partner who doesn't want it all, has been pushing for a two-state solution his entire tenure, and on 22% of the land, the 67 borders. As I mentioned in the intro, my wake-up call on this issue and how it wasn't what was presented to me was something called the Palestine Papers, which was this leak of negotiation documents, transcripts of the conversations between Israeli peace negotiator Tzipi Livni and Palestinian peace negotiator Saeb Erekat, negotiating for Abbas and the Palestinian Authority. And in these transcripts, you just read Erekat conceding again and again and again, and Livni refusing to budge on almost anything. And Abbas is 88 now. Okay, he's not going to live much longer. And Netanyahu has been in charge for most of the years since these previous peace negotiations fell apart. And he doesn't want to make peace. He wants to annex the West Bank. He keeps building these settlements, right? And so we're at a point now where Abbas may well die, and Israel blew its chance for peace with the best peace partner they may ever get. Lake, I also want to note there, didn't answer Konstantin's solution question. So, except that Palestinians should just concede everything. I tried to live in reality land in my answer. And Lake's is, insofar as it even is an answer, is just completely unrealistic. And if he holds that position, like much of the Israeli right, then there is no path but ethnic cleansing, because they're just not, they're not going to be we just get nothing, we'll continue to be mistreated for it.
Yeah, that's not how humans work.
No.
No one works that way.
No. And, but Lake is broadly correct in what he said about corruption issues in the Palestinian Authority. Abbas is not as popular as he may have once been for two reasons. One, he hasn't really accomplished much in terms of getting peace done. Palestinians are still living under these terrible conditions. But the second reason is that the Palestinian Authority does indeed have huge corruption issues. And what's worth knowing about this, I mean, there's many things that are worth it, but in terms of the conflict, is that that's the reason Hamas won in 2006. They won a plurality. They didn't win a majority, which is also important to understand as you're thinking about the scale of Palestinian support for Hamas. And at the time for the election, Hamas was positioning itself as more moderate. And if you look at the exit polls, 79.5% of the electorate in that election supported a peace agreement.
Wow.
So that's not, and the top issue they listed for why they voted for Hamas was the corruption issue. Now, in the time since, Hamas has also become more corrupt. But this aid, even if it is being skimmed, is essential to keeping Palestinians alive due to the blockade. There's really just no other way unless the blockade ends for them to live. Bigger picture, these corruption issues that Eli points out, they're true. What is the relevance of this to the peace process exactly? Were you able to identify any reasoning in there?
No, I don't see why.
Why would you not be able to make peace with somebody who's financially corrupt?
I mean, again, yeah,
would
have no peace on earth if corruption was. You wouldn't be able to make peace with corruption. That's a lot of governments have corruption.
Yeah, this isn't Israel's
It's not
problem.
really particularly unique.
It's the Palestinian people's problem. It makes no sense to me. But if we're going to talk about corruption, we may as well note that Netanyahu is currently on trial for corruption, specifically bribery and fraud. Now, if you look overall at Israel versus the Palestinian territories, Israel has less corruption than the Palestinian territories, to be sure. The scale of bribery and fraud of Netanyahu is probably much less than the aid money that's being stolen from Palestinians. But if you're going to say like, oh, we can't trust a corrupt leader to make peace with, they're not trustworthy or something. I mean, maybe like that's the most rational case I can come up with out of what Eli said there in terms of why this is relevant. Then on that level, on the character flaw level, I have no idea why that wouldn't apply exactly equally to Netanyahu.
Right.
Did you want to say something before I go to Michael?
The irony is that that's almost the opposite of what's true. It's been widely reported.
Is it almost the opposite of what's true?
Let her say.
Wait a minute, Eli. There was a lot of screaming and hollering about interruption, so I just want to know what the standards are before I continue.
Guys, let me do the moderating and you do the debating, okay? So say your piece.
Bibi Netanyahu was caught delivering suitcases of cash to Hamas. He's so invested in funding Hamas and Hamas being in power in Gaza. And the reason is, Israel needs to be able to rely on the argument that the political power that Palestinians have is so radical, is so right-wing, is so hateful that there cannot be no negotiation. So he has worked to undermine the Palestinian Authority. He worked to undermine more moderate politicians that Palestinians have nominated over the years, have put forward over the years. And as early as this past week, as the International Criminal Court has looked into issuing warrants for Israelis who have committed war crimes, what has been his response? His response has been to threaten not Hamas or anything going on in Gaza, but to threaten to do more war crimes in the West Bank if he or any other members of his administration are charged with any of these ICC warrants. There has been a repeated effort to punish the most moderate Palestinians, because otherwise he would be forced to make a case for why he doesn't think that people who are literally from what is now described as Israel cannot return home. And the real reason why they cannot allow people to have the right to return is because there's a commitment to it being not just a pluralistic state like the one we live in, where we're very proud of having people from all over the world who found freedom from religious persecution, and you can live however you want to live and practice whatever religion you want to practice, that they specifically want it to be a Jewish ethno-state. And if you were to allow the approximately 5 million or so Palestinians that live in the West Bank and in Gaza to be a part of contiguous Israel, they would lose a religious majority and lose the ability to you could have a pluralistic, progressive state, but it would no longer be a Jewish ethno-state.
Okay.
Can I respond to that?
Very quickly,
I
because I
follow
want
the
to
news
go to
very
Mike.
closely.
Very
I don't
quickly.
remember Netanyahu's "we promised to do war crimes in the West Bank" speech, but okay.
What are you
we'd like
talking
to
about?
Google.
Who said
When
anything
did he
about his
say that?
speech?
You just said it, Briahna.
He gave a
You
speech.
just said he
Eli's
promised to
points
do
as
more
well.
war crimes in the West Bank. I'm just basically quoting you back to you.
So I'm not exactly sure what Briahna was referring to there actually, but what I think she was probably referring to was Netanyahu's promise to retaliate against the Palestinian Authority and, quote, cause its collapse if the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants against Israeli leaders, which has since happened, those arrest warrants, since this debate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's a war crime or not, but that is awful. That is awful. But what I can say for sure is that other Israeli leaders have threatened war crimes. So, for example, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich promised to destroy whole Palestinian villages as collective punishment if any future terrorist attacks came in the West Bank.
That's insane.
As we've talked about before, collective punishment is a war crime, and it's part of those ICC charges. So at least Smotrich is threatening to do more.
Lives up to that. And this is, again, another example of how collectivism works, whereby any innocent Palestinian will do as a method of punishing Palestinians as a whole for something that maybe individuals did. If it's like in retaliation for terror attacks, you don't punish innocent people for things that other innocent people or for things that criminals did, other people. That's just collectivism, and it's very destructive, and it's very much at the root of this conflict.
Anyway, more importantly, I wanted to say Netanyahu did not deliver suitcases full of cash. He arranged for the Qataris to give development aid to Hamas because no one in Europe, for good reason, no one in America for good reason, wanted to actually have the, dirty up their hands by giving various kinds of money to a humanitarian group, but given the fact that they were the sovereigns of Gaza, someone needed to provide for basic infrastructure.
It's UNRWA.
That's what happened.
Hold on.
That's
I
what
have a direct
happened.
response to
That's
that.
what happened, and it wasn't
Eli.
Netanyahu's
Hold on.
policy.
Let him
This is
finish.
a myth that lots of
talk.
people believe that Netanyahu did this for some cynical reason. He did it because the entire rest of the civilized world, like the United States, was saying you have to figure out some way to get some development aid into Gaza, even though I understand that no other groups really want to, except for Qatar, of course, wants to deal with Hamas. It wasn't because, oh wow, we really like Hamas launching rockets at our country every 6 months. Come on.
So
this
I-
is
You
like
can't
it's
have
just
it
got
both
banned.
ways,
One
Eli.
second. I want to let Michael.
You just
I'm
finished
going to answer a
saying,
question.
Guys, I've given you both. I'll come back to you in
the
a second.
Michael, you wanna add
I
anything?
have it in front of
The
me. I
mistake
didn't
was
read
my
it.
mother
I need
taught me
to
to be
ask
polite,
Michael a
and that was
question, and I'll come
big
back to
mistake.
Just that he-
Please, it's 2 sentences.
yeah.
Two sentences. I'm going to hold you
This
to
is
that.
the
Get that paper
Netanyahu. This is the Netanyahu quote. You can judge if. This is the
Let me do the
Netanyahu
moderating.
quote,
I'll
you
take
can
care of
judge
it.
if
Two
if
sentences.
He's accurate. Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. This is part of our strategy, to isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the
When
West
did he say
Bank.
that?
That's Netanyahu in 2019 in a meeting with the Likud leaders.
Okay.
2019.
Okay.
In the meeting with who? What leader?
Eli, let me pause
Likud
for a
leader.
second.
So that was probably my biggest victory of the night.
Did he even know about that quote? It seems like he didn't know about it.
No, clearly not.
That's really bad.
I agree completely. Definitely, I think my biggest victory of the night. I'm lucky I was able to get that in.
Yeah.
That I was able to get the 2 sentences from Konstantin because he really did not let us rebut things. And I'm glad that Lake conceded there. But actually, I've done research into this. Others online have not conceded.
Mm-hmm.
So, in reaction to that, I decided to make myself a world-leading expert in the history of the quote, probably more so than anybody who wasn't in the room where it was allegedly said. So the general attitude expressed in that quote is not reasonably in question by anyone. Numerous Netanyahu allies have spoken of the strategy, and it's not really anything new. It goes back to the 70s and Hamas's predecessor organization, the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, which Israel supported, I think actually giving funds, not just letting funds pass through like the Qatari aid, in order to weaken the PLO and Fatah, Yasser Arafat's party. Arafat referred to Hamas as a creature of Israel for this reason, and of course this backfired on Israel after Hamas committed their first terror attack in '88. It's not really that different from the United States funding the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, which then led to the Taliban and Al-Qaeda and that sort of stuff. That he said something generally along these lines was confirmed in a March 12th, 2019 Jerusalem Post article. But that article doesn't include the full direct quote. And because of that, if you Google it, one of the first things that will show up in your search results is an article from the Jewish News Syndicate that used that lack of a full direct quote to try to poke holes in it and reinterpret it. And what this article does is it credits that quote to a 2020 book by this guy named Chaim Ramon, who's a left-wing politician who's allegedly been out of politics for a while. I didn't look too deeply into him, but not a guy who's really probably super well positioned to know what happened. And Jewish News Syndicate says, people just took this quote from there, this unreliable source, and ran with it. Well, that's not true. I got that book in Hebrew. It's a Hebrew language book only. My Hebrew is very, very, very rudimentary. I can barely sound out words, but I did take it when I was in school. And I was able to find it in the book. I had a reflowable EPUB, which means that like the page numbers don't even match up. So like I can't like see where other people have cited the page number. I have to like do a search function and figure out where it was. But anyway, where it shows up in this book, it just cites the Jerusalem Post article, and it's a different quote. It's not the one I read on the stage, and it's not the one in the Jewish News Syndicate article. So that's not where anybody's getting this quote from. So where are they getting it from? Well, I dug up that the earliest article online that I can find it in is a Hebrew language article from a magazine called Mida. And it's written by a man named Alex Selsky, who's a former Netanyahu aide. So very reliable source. I corresponded both with the author of the Jerusalem Post article, Lahav Harkov, and with Selsky. Harkov didn't know if it was a full direct quote, hadn't heard that, but didn't deny that it was possible. And Selsky confirmed for me that it was. So this is really bad for the Jewish News Syndicate, which is saying, you know, this is made up and
that's really bad.
Yeah, it's malicious. Because most people got this quote, including myself, from it coming back up after the war started in a Haaretz article, which is another Israeli newspaper. And JNS accuses Haaretz of hypocrisy for both publishing this quote and attacking Netanyahu for saying it, while also having supported the transfer of aid money from Qatar to Hamas in previous articles of theirs. I think this is kind of a problem for JNS for one reason, which is they publish a lot of articles by Selsky. Not this one, but they're publishing this whole critique of people taking this quote seriously while publishing the author whose article is responsible for popularizing this quote.
That's really messy.
Yeah, so in my opinion, that's much more hypocritical than what Haaretz did, especially because the problem's not the funding. As we've talked about repeatedly, Gazans are completely reliant on this aid money to live because they have no economy. The issue is the intent, and it shows that Netanyahu just isn't serious about peace. It's a great piece of evidence towards that, and since October 7th happened, it shows what the consequences of trying that hard to avoid peace can be.
Right.
So I'm going to push for a correction to this Jewish News Syndicate article. I haven't contacted them yet, but that is on my very soon to-do list.
Yeah, that's a big oops.
Guys, let's park this. Michael, what should the Palestinians do?
What do the Palestinians
Yeah.
do? I didn't even know where we are now. We're talking to the Palestinians, what they should do. I'm going to go back a little bit, because I very mistakenly decided to wait for people to talk, that I would talk. Big mistake. But a couple things. You have to point out the boring things that everyone you hear like by rote all the time, is that, you know, there are 2 million Arabs that live in Israel. There are 0 Jews that live in Gaza, right? It's a relevant data point. And I suspect what Briahna is saying with right of return, and I think you said something, this place called Israel, or so-called Israel or something. I suspect, and you know, this is the weird conversation that we're having when people talk about Zionism these days. Incredible to me that I'm like, I thought this was a settled matter. Zionism is about this creation of the state of Israel, which was created. Are you a Zionist or are you an anti-Zionist? What I'm trying to figure out is if my opponents here believe that the state of Israel should exist at all, and if we should wipe a UN member nation off the map, because that is effectively what right of return is. The right of return is not take 7 million refugees, and this number expands. These are people who have never been in the area, have resettled other places. And you know, Benny Morris's book is far more nuanced than that is allowing, that there were people who were expelled, there were people that were forced out by their own side, et cetera. Benny Morris has actually said this, I mean, you quoted him, so let me go to him, that if you do have right of return, which by the way, 7 million people doesn't mean 7 million people that go to the West Bank and Gaza. very specifically doesn't mean that. It goes to what Israel is now. And what Morris said, and I think it was an article in Tablet, he said, the response to this is if you think October 7th is bad, this is going to be a giant bloodletting. This is not as if 7 million Danes are coming in. These are people who have an ideological predisposition. Obviously Hamas now in West Bank is the most popular party. As Eli points out, Mahmoud Abbas and the PA have been as corrupt as you can be. You can see that with Suha Arafat's lifestyle in Paris. They've been stealing money for years. So that's their fault in some ways too. But the popularity of Hamas, and again, we have to be very simple about this, and cite this and cite that, but in its charter, which is just saying, hey, guys, this is explicitly what we believe. Which was said, by the way, the other day. There was a quote from one of these Hamas spokesmen, and they said, no, we don't believe that we will never have a two-state solution with the Israelis. Israel must go. That is a non-negotiable position, and if anyone thinks, as the people who were chanting out in front of Columbia were chanting, and they weren't students, but important distinction apparently, but burn Tel Aviv to the ground. These are not nice people.
So what should the Palestinians do?
What the Palestinians do is, I have to be really boring again and repeat what Eli said, is don't launch wars that will result
But
in
how
what
do
we're
they
saying.
address the fact that they're living in conditions in which they don't want to be living?
It's the same answer. It's the same answer. I mean, look.
No, that's a negative. Don't start a war is a negative answer. How do they get a better deal for them without starting more wars?
How about I say don't start future wars? That's one thing that you could do.
So I want to actually give some props to Konstantin there, because he didn't answer Moynihan and Konstantin Preston.
Yeah. Right.
I think I'm the only one that actually gave like a real answer for what people should do. My question was a little bit different. It wasn't what should the Palestinians have done. It's what should the Israelis have done. But Briahna's answer was, I support it, but was kind of unrealistic. Eli and Moynihan both just say, just sit there and take it. You shouldn't do anything.
Yeah, that's a really weird answer.
Yeah.
Because that's just unrealistic. I'm sorry. Like, that was really, to me, I couldn't believe. I was sitting there and I was like, that's your solution? That's the progress that's going to happen, is do nothing, just take it. Then the beatings will stop after morale improves. It's very much this mindset. It's unrealistic. It's completely idealistic.
And I think that's one of the biggest problems we have in this conflict, which is we do have people entrenched ideologically on both sides into just fully maximalist positions. And he complains about that on the Palestinian side there. I think he's over-implying how widespread that attitude is. But I'm seeing it right now here in this clip on his side.
Yeah.
The same sort of just completely intransigent, unrealistic, unworkable view that will just keep the conflict going forever. So let's talk about what he said in that section, which is a lot of different specific concrete things.
These are a lot of the slogans that you hear about everything that he said is stuff that people have said to me that's like very low information talking points that are very easily exposed. So we're going to do that.
Yeah. So about Arab Israelis.
Yes.
That was, I think, the first one in that section. So the situation is not perfect for Arab Israelis, but were I Arab, I would much rather live in Israel than many Arab nations. I mean, they're treated relatively equally. There are some issues. We'll get into those later. But there's a reason there's only 2 million of them, which is ethnic cleansing in the 1948 war, which came up in the debate. And you can't say it's not like Danes moving in on the right of return issue, while also saying that there's these 2 million Arabs who live in peace. It's totally contradictory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's which one is it? Are they just inherently hateful people, or can they live amongst you and they're totally allowed to live amongst you and it's great when they do?
Yeah, you can't hold those views at one time. Next topic that comes in this section was Zionism. Oh, that's just Israel existing.
Please.
Now,
let's settle this. This is a bad one.
So I agree. Israel exists and it's not going away.
Yeah, don't want that. Don't think that's realistic either.
Yeah, the Palestinian Authority accepted that in 1988. It's just the way it is. Well, we can complain about it. We can say, we'd rather all be one state. But this is what it is. Okay, but we also have to recognize that its foundation was wildly immoral, ethnic cleansing, and dispossession. And so supporting Zionism today means supporting Israel continuing to deprive Palestinians of rights by picking and choosing who its population and voting base is, and avoiding making right for past wrongs via a right of return. Forced civilian transfer is unacceptable. It should not be acceptable. Maintaining Israel's Jewish character this way, it's just evil. It's just wrong. And this is what ethno-stateism does anywhere it comes up. This is another thing I want to talk about, because I often hear when I criticize or you criticize, people have said this to you, I've seen, the idea of ethno-states. They'll say, oh, well, Germany is an ethno-state for the German people, and Sweden is an ethno-state for the Swedish people. And that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is going to an area where there is a mixed population, and you have ethnic identities that you can't really join. You can become a Jew through conversion, but the Palestinians aren't going to all go and convert to Judaism, right? That's actually distinct from, Arab identity. Arab Jews are considered Arab, right? It's not a religious thing. Like, if you spend enough time living in Arab society, you're an Arab. So you go to a mixed area and you say, we're going to make this ours and we're going to run it for us and not for you. And that's the same thing we criticize here in America when we talk about white nationalism, when we talk about black nationalism. This is what we're calling out when we talk about ethno-nationalism anywhere. It's not talking about independence movements by people who happen to be of a certain ethnicity and thus happen to share certain goals or desires for their state, right? If you're talking about the Nazis, all right, well, they're not accepting the Jews as part of the German people. That was wrong. German Jews considered themselves part of the German people. Huge swaths of Germans considered them German.
Is the difference between ethno-nationalism.
Yes, it divides people and focuses on our division. And it doesn't create uniting ideologies that make all the people a part of something together.
Unlike the United States.
Unlike the United States.
And this is why I'm a big stickler for this issue of being very clear that Zionism is not, as Moynihan is very idealistically and simplistically putting, simply the creation of Israel and nothing else. If that were the case, there would be no need to call yourself a Zionist. There would be no real need to be an anti-Zionist unless you were so far to that spectrum of madness that you genuinely think you're going to destroy an entire country. I mean, the reality of how absurd that claim is, you should understand why this narrow definition that Zionism is just the existence of Israel, that's it, doesn't make any sense.
If Zionism is just accepting that Israel is going to exist, then huge volumes of Palestinians are Zionists.
Exactly.
And, there are some really fringe Palestinians who are, but you have all the people that are fighting for justice, mad about the Zionist project, who have accepted that Israel is going to exist.
Exactly. So, yeah. This definition, it drives me crazy. And I don't know what's going on here. I think it's giving CRT. It's very much giving early critical race theory, where people will it doesn't exist. No, actually, it's a legal theory. It doesn't get taught in schools. This little game of messing with the definitions until finally you realize, maybe there's a reason why this ideology is causing so many problems. Maybe I should define it actually as it is, and then I'd understand.
Zionism very much gets taught in schools. I live there.
Right.
One other point on this, which is if you believe in the idea of America, and I really believe in the idea of America, this is a melting pot for people from cultures all across the world to come here and at their best merge into one people by sharing and adopting the best of each other's culture and shedding the worst of what led them to flee the places that they came from to be here. And if you're an American and you believe in America, then you should believe that this principle works and can work anywhere in the world.
That's what principles are.
Yeah, if you can just convince the people to want it. And so what you should be telling to Israelis, if you're an American, is live in peace with Palestinians. Be one people. This works here.
Yeah.
And this is the same thing we should be telling to Palestinians about Jews as well.
Right. And there's a lot of parallels to draw between the United States in some regards with histories of against the Native Americans, the oppression that they suffered, against Black people in the United States that faced slavery. You could very easily make the case, and people did, by saying, well, we can't live amongst them. They hate us too much. And they're different and they have their own thing going on. And it's just like they can't mix or whatever. Look at us now. That it works. And the thing is, I've had people counter that and say that ethno-nationalism is natural. It's happened in the past, as if that somehow justifies pursuing it in the future. And you really need to be clear about what you're talking about here, because there's a difference between saying, well, that happened and, Germany exists now or whatever, and then saying, I'm going to actively pursue ethno-nationalism into the future. This is an ideology that has historically brought about mass suffering when practiced by white nationalists or other nations that believed in the idea that to have this nation, I have to expel some outgroup because it is this in-group defined by a collective identity of immutable characteristics that cannot be changed. Unlike in the United States, where we say, if you want to become a citizen and you can participate and share in our ideals and abide by our laws, you have the freedom to live as you want. You simply have to kind of like do in that melting pot fashion, abide by the ideals of classical liberalism that grants other people the right to live in their way. That's the difference between ethno-nationalism, and I guess you could call that a kind of nationalism, but not even. I mean, I'm not a nationalist, and I don't need to be a nationalist for the United States to exist. And that's such an important point, because you hear people say all the time, Israel won't exist without ethno-nationalism. And it's like, how do you define Israel? Do you define it as having necessarily a Jewish majority? Or can Israel be like the United States, an actual liberal, pluralistic democracy where there isn't necessarily a majority that has special privileges above the other groups for Israel to exist?
Which I'll remind, I read out earlier a quote from plans submitted by Arabs for a solution for the region in the British Mandate period. And that's very much what the majority of them wanted. Mm-hmm. Let's move on to the last major claim in this section, which is the two-state solution that Hamas won't accept it in their charter. We dealt with other parts of the charter earlier, but Moynihan is not quite right on what it says about the two-state solution. So what it says is that as a group, Hamas rejects it, but they would abide by it under certain circumstances. So I will read the quote. Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, irrespective of the causes, the circumstances, and the pressures and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea. However, without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity and without relinquishing any Palestinian rights, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with the return of the refugees and the displaced to their homes from which they were expelled to be a formula of national consensus. So what that says, as I read it, and many others read it, is that if there's a consensus amongst the Palestinian people, i.e. if they vote for it, for 67 borders and a right of return, which is basically Arafat's position, that Hamas will go along with it. And this is a major change ahead of where the PLO was during their many decades of terror, where they were just completely rejectionist. So if you want to believe that or not, certainly they've made a lot of statements and interviews which are like more hard line. They've said things like, oh, we'll do a pause for like a decade, and then, we're going to fight for more. I still think there is room for negotiations here, even with Hamas. Jimmy Carter thought that when he went and spoke to Hamas. Ideally, you wouldn't need to negotiate with Hamas because you can just do the negotiations with Fatah. And Hamas, according to this, will go along with it as long as it includes those couple things. That's what they're committed to doing on paper. Will they live by it? I don't know. But nonetheless, like we said earlier in the video about the other changes to the Hamas charter in their 2017 version, this is to be at least encouraged 5%, say something positive about this change over where they were before.
But if you think about this, there was a Palestinian guy I saw interviewed, and he said, before the Second Intifada, I could take my donkey from the West Bank to the sea. And as a result of militancy and the absolute people shouting about intifadas, when you go back and see 1,000 Israelis were killed, 1,200 Israelis were killed during the Second Intifada. And what do you do now? I mean, look, it's a very, very difficult question. If I had that answer, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be in Tel Aviv cashing checks because I knew the answer to this. But the answer is, in the broadest possible way, is that you have a people that are corrupted by a corrupt ideology. What we will never talk about here, and I don't hear this talked about in any of the conversations about the conflict now, is Islamism, is a radical Islamic view of the world, which is dangerous. And it's dangerous if it's not that it's anybody who has that sort of radical view of the world. And that is being inculcated in children, in the schools. I mean, we have these arguments with Ron DeSantis and the books kids are reading here. Look at what is being taught to kids in Gaza. That is a very difficult question, Konstantin, and it's like a root and branch kind of thing. I didn't see a solution.
Islamism. What he's saying is not true. Though there are Islamists, and it doesn't help. Hamas is 100% Islamist. It's a derivative of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is like the definition of Islamist groups. But there's wide support amongst Arab Christians for Hamas. Why? Because they don't see the conflict as fundamentally about Islam, but resistance. And so if you're trying to judge what's motivating this conflict, what's motivating the support for Hamas, the evidence cuts completely against it being Islamism. Here's another piece of evidence about that. The PLO was predominantly secular. Fatah is predominantly secular. And the PLO included Marxist communist organizations, for example, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Marxism is not exactly known for its love of religion. So I think framing this conflict in terms of Islamism it really mistakes what it was about. It really mistakes where the anger about what happened and the anger with these Jewish Zionists came from. Yes, you can use Islam when you want to justify it. And I'm sure that there's some percentage where it's just totally in isolation. They just studied Islam and, they came to this conclusion that, we just hate the Jews. I'm sure that's some tiny portion, but that's really not what this conflict is about. And that's really not any significant number of people why they oppose the quote Zionist entity.
Yeah, I'm not going to say much, but my experience hearing people on the right talk about this issue, I think a lot of people have just kind of globbed on this Islam bad perspective onto it, and I'll be the last person to praise Islam or make excuses for it, but it's a very unnuanced perspective to look at this and say it's just Islamism. I think maybe you don't know a lot about that region or the people that you're criticizing if you think that you can paint it with that broad a brush and have it make sense. I think your breakdown is a lot more coherent and shares the nuance that's being lacked from that perspective.
I think what you're saying is exactly right. I mean, there's a lot of figures that I've respected for many years, people like Sam Harris, who have made criticisms of Islam and Islamism, and you and I are both atheists. So we really appreciate the problems with Islam that these people have brought up. But it's kind of like, what's the phrase, like hammer and nail?
Right, when all you have is a hammer, everything is a nail.
Right. It's kind of like that phrase.
It's very much like that.
Yeah. And it's just getting applied in all these places where it's really not the thing.
Yeah. Because
if you see the Islamism that exists, well, we can just now interpret everything through that.
Yeah, and you can see the end that perspective serves because it becomes this blanket statement by which you can dismiss all Palestinians as controlled by this irrational, destructive ideology and thus unreasonable and thus not worthy to try to find reasonable actions of peace with them.
I'm going to move on. We've got about 15 minutes
But thank
left.
you for letting me talk.
And what I want to focus on is the bit of this conversation that's never had, and it's not part of the motion, but I think it's very important that we talk about it, which is how does this, at some point, please God, get resolved in one way or another? And the maximalist positions from both sides are quite obviously unattainable, certainly in my opinion. How do we find a way out of this rather than having a debate about what happened in 1967 and 1945? Because it doesn't appear to me that takes the conversation forward. So, Jake, perhaps you can start us.
I actually disagree with that framing a little bit.
Okay, tell me why.
I do believe peace is possible, but I think it actually requires a discussion of the past, because I think there does have to be a reckoning with the past in Israeli society in order for us to be able to move forward. And I want to talk about the United States as an analogy. So, in this country, we did terrible things to the Native Americans. It was horrific. What we did in time was, after World War II, we gave billions of dollars in reparations to the Native Americans. We realized we were able to accept that we had done bad things, and we also gave Native Americans citizenship, okay, which they hadn't had for much of American history. That's the right way to deal with something like this. And
give that some shape. What does that solution look like?
It looks like a right of return. So you have to have at least a little bit of that. I mean, if you draw the borders in the right way for a two-state solution, it's possible that won't necessarily destroy the Jewish character. But why is that something? I don't understand why Michael is so interested in protecting that exactly. Again,
well, I think his argument is if you have 7 million Palestinians return, then you're in a position where that's going to cause way more conflict and war, not less. That's his argument, I think.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
It's about right.
Yeah. I don't really think that's the case, and I think that's kind of ahistorical for the conflict. I mean, listen, a lot has happened, so things are different now. But the conflict was really started by Zionists coming to Palestine, not to live just in a society with all these Arabs, but with the intention of forming a Jewish state on top of their country. And the Arabs didn't really like that very much.
So your solution is to not have a Jewish state?
Listen,
Briahna, you're nodding,
well,
so we'll get to you.
Okay, listen, I think that is both ethical and workable. However, peace is what's most important to me, and I really want to stress that.
So how do we get there, right?
Yeah, and it's so I understand that, like, to get there, you'd have to convince the Israelis on the ground to want that. There has been hate that has developed amongst Palestinians over a century. Like, I certainly don't deny that. So there has to be changes in that society as well. It's a psychological shift, and that's why I say I do think we actually have to talk about the past and reckon with what happened with the past so that people on both sides can be able to say, wrong things happened here and we need to move on and change. And I actually do think that was sort of happening a little bit in Oslo. You know, you hear so much about how the tone shifted in that decade, but it wasn't enough, and it wasn't going to go far enough. And you know, ultimately, if there's some solution, listen, I don't know, this is literally the most complicated geopolitical conflict in the world. It's famous for that. And so any solution that can reach an agreement amongst these people and get them to stop fighting and get them to live in peace, I'm happy with that.
I hear you. That's why I'm asking the question. And by the way, I'm not expecting us to solve it here, although that'd be nice. But I do think we have an obligation to think about how this gets solved. So, Briahna, what would your solution look like?
I think the idea that there can't be a world where Jews and Muslims, Arabs and non-Arabs live together is belied by the reality of history. Prior to the founding of Israel, Arab Jews did live peacefully alongside Muslims in what is now described as Israel.
So I just wanted to flag there that Briahna misspoke. There was substantial intercommunal conflict before 1948, as I spoke about earlier. But there was relative peace, especially compared to Europe, before Palestinians began to catch on to what Zionism's plans were, which was to build a Jewish ethno-state on top of their land. The old Yishuv, the community of Jews that lived in Palestine before any Zionist immigration, opposed Zionism precisely because they predicted it would break the peace. And it did.
And there was this quip about how there are no Jews living in in Gaza. Why would there be? You had an establishment of a Jewish state that is the #1 welfare beneficiary of the United States of America, receiving more American aid than any other country in the world, despite obviously being more affluent than most of the countries in the world. I think there's a relationship there. Currently, there is a minority, but a significant Christian population in Gaza. One of the oldest Christian churches in the world has been bombed by Israel in the course of all of this. Former Congressmember Justin Amash has lost family members that have been killed by Israel in the context of this, and even that wasn't enough to shake American foreign policy.
How do we get to a solution?
So I think that we have to not talk about Arabs as though they're somehow constitutionally different than Danes. I don't know why we would essentialize populations in that way. We have to be open to the idea
Danes don't
that
do
the
October 7th?
Wait a minute. Muslims didn't do October 7th.
Not since the Vikings, to be
Gazans
fair.
didn't do October 7th. And if you're adopting the worldview that everyone in Gaza, the 2.3 million people, are responsible, then you are very much in line with Netanyahu's right-wing government, who thinks that and therefore thinks it's appropriate to violate international law by doing collective punishment on the population, literally starving them to death, having them on the brink of famine, killing 13,000 kids. There was a very passionate description of the graphic reality of October 7th at the beginning of this talk. And I just want to take a moment to say that it's also true that we've seen video after video of Palestinian father picking up the pieces of his children and collecting them in a plastic bag. I totally agree. The question is why in Israel?
Briahna, let me give you
Israelis
let me
are
give you 20
rioting.
more seconds.
Are rioting.
20 more
excuse me.
seconds if you want to talk about getting to a solution.
In Israel, protesters are protesting Netanyahu because of the news widely reported again this week that he rejected a deal to release all of the hostages on October 8th.
Just a minor correction on that one. It was October 9th or 10th. Not an important detail, perhaps. But it was also all civilian hostages, non-military, in exchange for the IDF not entering. Otherwise, what she said is real and correct.
There are people who have been living with no medical treatment, the American soldier that just had the proof of life without an arm, because Netanyahu has made the decision to want to persecute this war and get, okay, the answer is...
You're not answering my question.
I'll answer the question.
Go.
I'm sorry, I do feel like a lot of responses...
20 more seconds.
Okay.
20 more seconds. The solution, please, go.
The solution is there has to be, I think there was a world where they had a two-state solution. America just said again, it's not demonstrated again that it's not a part of our policy, as evidenced by the fact that we vetoed the recognition of Palestine as a state, which is a path toward getting a two-state solution just last week. So there has to be a one-state solution, which means that there cannot, when Hamas is talking about eliminating Israel, it's talking about not killing all of the Jews. It's about eliminating the idea.
Okay.
It's about...
Leave it there. We'll leave it there. Briahna, we'll leave it there.
It's about, let me just finish, sir. Can I just finish the sentence? It's about eliminating the idea of a Jewish state. Ending a Jewish state, ending an ethno-national state, and having a state more like what we have in the United States of America.
If either of you had done something like that at any point, the audience would have started throwing shit on stage. Like, that's just one of these things that when you're in the depths of a tribal mindset, the immaturity and the disrespect that comes out just seems normal. And yet, I would be like, deeply offended if someone acted like that towards me and didn't even let me finish what I'm saying because they had to bust out in some kind of performative laughter. Once again, I've had my criticisms of Moynihan, I've had my criticisms of Briahna, but Eli Lake, I don't know why people don't see how disinterested he is in actually finding any understanding, any common ground. I mean, this is the point of a debate. Let me remind people, particularly this audience who thinks this is a football match, the reason we engage in debate is to be able to get more clarity around why we disagree and thus hopefully be able to find common ground. When you do shit like that, you are not interested in that. You shouldn't be on a stage doing a debate then, in my opinion.
Yes, completely. On what he said there, certainly there's an Arab anti-Semitism problem. Now, I've not seen evidence that's necessarily worse than the Jewish anti-Arab bigotry that also exists, and both are absolutely a problem and lead to the continued perpetuation of this conflict. In the U.S., growing up as a Jewish American, my experience is that the vast majority of at least American Jews, and I would hope Israeli Jews as well, although perhaps not the same percentage, are not hateful. But there's definitely a subset who are. I mean, I heard people talk about like nuking all the Arabs and all sorts of things. This is real, and you have to reckon with it, and it's bad wherever it is. It's noteworthy that Hamas doesn't kill Jews all around the world. They do it in one place, and they do it for transparent reasons. So, anti-Semitic or not, this is still fundamentally a conflict about Zionists versus Palestinians, not Jews versus Arabs. The vast majority of hatred of Jews within the Arab world comes because of Zionism, and we're going to prove that the next time we pause.
And let me add to that, because there's something so subtle going on here, and I want to get into this, because what Eli Lake is doing is signaling to the audience who's in sync with him, because they're in that tribal energy, what they should do. And this is what, like, this is very cult leader, this is demagogue, this is just tribal leader. This is what happens with that kind of energy where you've turned off your rational brain and you're in the collective tribal mindset. You feed off of energy. And so he immediately starts cackling to signal to his followers that don't listen to this, immediately reject this, immediately consider this something you should not even engage with, don't take it seriously at all. Now, I understand why one would then immediately say, yeah, of course, how stupid it is that she would say Hamas isn't anti-Semitic. We saw the original charter, right, which is blatantly anti-Semitic. We know October 7th, which is, one can call this anti-Semitic. I mean, there was anti-Jew sentiment among those enacting that, certainly. But what Briahna is trying to say is something that's a little more complex. And maybe she did not get it outright, but it's a distinction that really should be made because it's important if you're not going to be a racist and turn things into just an us versus them collectivist thing. And it's the point you're making, that having an issue with the existence of an ethno-state, one that creates division and keeps another people as an outgroup in perpetual destitution, is not the same as saying, I want to destroy an entire group of people and their land.
If I can just respond to that one thing quickly.
Michael, we're actually running out of time.
Yeah, very, very quick. The Danes' point, I mean, the pluralism of the Danes. It's not Gaza. I saw a news story the other day, the AFP, that about the 5 Jews left in Baghdad. You see the most vibrant Jewish population in the Middle East, and that was the other Nakba, 700,000 Jews that were run out of. I visited a totally destroyed shell of a synagogue in Libya. And my guide said to me, that used to be something back in the 1930s. We had a thriving thing. That is the problem in the neighborhood, is that, it's Russia, it's everywhere. Jews have been pushed out, and that is not as if it is just a problem that is localized to Gaza.
Okay. 2 things can be bad at once. It's true. After Zionism, Arab anti-Semitism grew a lot, and life got worse, and people felt pressured to leave, and they went to Israel. There's actually a lot of value in what Moynihan says there. But I think he overstates it a little, and also many other people who talk about this do. Because they talk about it as if it was an expulsion, per se. And it wasn't exactly that. The only expulsion by government policy happened in Egypt, the West Bank when it was under Jordanian control, and arguably Algeria. They did it in kind of a roundabout way. But blaming this on the Palestinians, the PLO opposed Arab policies in those countries to chase them out. They didn't want them coming to Israel. So that's not the Palestinians' fault. That's the other countries' fault. In those countries, intercommunal hostilities got bad. Violence was common. But it's also true that Israel providing land, stolen from Palestinians, and financial incentives was also a very relevant decision in Jews' choice to come. The Jewish population of Bulgaria, for example, outside of the Arab world, which largely survived the Holocaust, also hollowed out for this reason. It's not at that point they weren't being chased out, they'd survived. But the incentives gave a strong reason for people to come. Now, he names 2 countries there in particular, so let's talk about specifically what happened in those. So, Libya. From the Ottoman conquest of Libya in the 16th century until World War II, the life of Jews there was relatively safe. Certainly much, much, much better than Europe. In the decade before 1948, the worst crimes against Jews were done by the Axis occupiers, not the Libyans themselves. There were anti-Semitic laws passed and deadly labor camps that they were sent to. I've been to the concentration camps in Europe. I have not been to Libya. I hear it's not such a fun place these days. But thinking about that, it is a topic that's very close to me, and it's bad. Now, the Libyans were not the worst ones. It was the occupiers. But they also did really bad things too. So on November 2nd, 1945, which was the anniversary of the Balfour Declaration, which, as we've talked about, was the original British promise for a Jewish national home in Palestine, horrible riots broke out that led to the death of 130 Jews. There were smaller riots in 1948 that killed 14. And then after that, most of the Jews left. A few thousand remained until 1967, when riots again killed 18. Police worked to protect the Jews during those riots, but obviously it didn't save those 18. Also, Berber tribal chiefs worked to protect the Jews of Libya during these pogroms. I think it's interesting and noteworthy that all of the worst incidents happened in relation to Zionist action. I'm not trying to victim blame. It doesn't justify it in any sense whatsoever. But if you're looking for a strategy by which to make Jews safe, and Zionism is your big grand strategy, we're all going to move the Jews to Palestine and have our own state, and here we'll all be together and they're safe. You have to think about how it actually worked out in practice. And making Jews enormously unsafe throughout the Arab world was one of the biggest downfalls of this strategy. Next country, Iraq. The Jewish population of Iraq was very large. Baghdad was 40% Jewish in the 1920s, and the leadership was, at the time, very good to Jews. King Faisal, who was appointed by the British, made one of his first visits as king to Jewish leaders. But, just like in Libya, just like in these other countries, the rise of Zionism raised intercommunal tensions, and this culminated actually after Israel was already founded. So in 1949, with the seemingly false conviction and execution of a prominent Jewish businessman for selling arms to Israel. In March 1950, pressured by the British, Iraq starts letting Jews leave for Israel. Shortly after, there's multiple terror bombings on Jewish targets, which increases the numbers of people who want to leave. Most of the Jews leave Iraq by 1951, and they're prevented from taking their property with them. That's not quite the end of the story, though. There's something weird about this, which is that the bombings have long been suspected to actually be a Zionist false flag. There's been little evidence of this historically, but Iraq convicted Zionists in connection with the bombings. However, things have changed pretty recently. So just last year, a very prominent Israeli historian named Avi Shlaim, who is himself of Iraqi descent, conducted an interview with an elderly former Zionist intelligence operative who confessed to being involved in the plot. Oh. He provided numerous specific details that aligned with the Iraqi police records. And the goal of these false flag attacks was purportedly to increase the Jewish population of Israel in order to strengthen the nation. If true, this wouldn't be the only false flag conducted by Israel around this time. This lines up very closely with something called the Lavon Affair, which happened in 1954. So this is Israeli agents bombing American and British targets in Egypt with the goal to damage Western relations with that country. The agents were caught and convicted by Egypt, and thus the bombings failed to have their intended effect. Israel publicly denied involvement in this, despite the overwhelming evidence that it happened, until 2005, when the surviving agents were given awards by the Israeli president.
Wow. That's a little sketchy.
That's a little sketchy. So again, I'm not justifying. I'm not trying to victim blame. But if you want to look at what made Jews unsafe in the Arab world, the biggest thing that did it is Zionism. And I think it continues to be true today that Zionism makes Jews unsafe. Both here in our country, the tight connection that has been drawn between Jews and Zionists having been responsible for all the things we've been discussing throughout this video, and all the people saying that being a good Jew means that you're a Zionist, has led people to act with prejudice and discrimination against Jews. And I think at this point in time, we're dealing with the biggest rise in anti-Semitism that I've seen. Again, not justifying these people are anti-Semites, and it works just like racism or any other bigotry, where it's a collectivism, where they take certain people and apply it to everyone. And it is true that the majority of American Jews are Zionists, overwhelmingly so. But this isn't a one-to-one connection. Right. Even if it were 90% of Jews that are, ardent Zionists, you'd still want to understand that there's 10% who aren't, and that it's still not all Jews. And within Israel, this is the country where October 7th happened. This is the country that drafts all of its Jewish 18-year-olds into the military because they are threatened by all this stuff that happens. I just don't know how this can be talked about as some project that was so successful in making Jews around the world safe. All the evidence to me points to literally the exact opposite.
Well, you don't think like other people, and you're not as prone to collectivism as a lot of humans are. And I think this is a really, really hard point for people to grapple with because it's so counterintuitive. But the thing is, we're talking about an ethno-nationalist ideology. And nationalism is a form of collectivism in that it's not about individual rights. It's about a collective identity, the identity of the nation. And so in the hierarchy of priorities, the nation comes above the individual. That's what nationalism is we put the nation first. Ethno-nationalism is we put the identity group of the nation first. Not the individual Jew, the collective Jewish identity. This is a really hard concept for people to understand. I've studied collectivism a lot, and that's why it just sticks out to me as another form of identity politics. And as long as there is one individual who can think differently, that individual matters. And that's why individualism is the true way to protect any and everybody, because it grants them sovereignty to differ from the group. So if they don't want to sacrifice themselves for the nation, or if they don't fit in with what the ideology espouses, they're free to differentiate themselves and not be punished because of that. And that's the problem with things like ethno-nationalism causing a backlash, because you have this rhetoric that says, it's a really terrible thing that people say, and they think they're doing something good. They say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That is such a dangerous thing to say, because you're telling actual racists that all Jews think the same. They're all the same. They all want the same thing. And if you're one of the people that doesn't like that thing that the collective is saying is their goal of all their people, then every Jew is interchangeable to you. And so then when people do things like terrorism, where they kill innocents, it coheres because these people are all interchangeable. This is why it's so dangerous to talk about people in terms of collective identities and to espouse these kind of ideas, like whether it's Black nationalism or white nationalism. You know, one of the things that you've talked about and you've dealt with is in this ethno-nationalism is the recurring idea people hold that Jews should marry Jews. And this is an uncomfortable conversation for people to have, I understand, but for the same reason that when you see Black nationalists or people gripped by like those kind of identity politics say Black people shouldn't marry white people, or white nationalists also say white people should only marry whites. The reason they do this is because they don't care about your individuality. They don't care about sovereignty. They care about a amorphous collective identity. And so if your sovereignty gets in the way of preserving this collective identity, it's a threat and a problem. So it actually curtails the individual by forcing them to conform to this collective identity and then reaffirming the idea that racists have that all those people think the same. It's really dangerous. It's not good.
So, a couple of minutes on what the solution is. How does this get solved? I know you said earlier that it's tough and you'd be making lots more money than you are.
You think that I'm going to come up with it in that short period of time?
Well, I would like to hear from all of you a step towards the solution. I think that's a reasonable ask.
A step towards the solution is the destruction of Hamas and the return of the hostages.
How do you do that?
That's a start.
Okay.
How do you destroy Hamas?
It's happening now. It's happening now.
It's not.
I mean, we had a conversation. If we believe Hamas's own numbers that 6,000 of their fighters have been killed,
So
that's a start.
You're
Okay,
comfortable.
Brian, sorry, you've had your time. Go for it.
Well, I just want to say something, in a rare point of agreement with Briahna, that I agree that we should think about a world where Arabs and Muslims and Jews can live together in a peaceful civil society. But fortunately, that place exists. It's called Israel.
So we talked about this a little bit before, and what I said was, yeah, if I were Arab, I might pick Israel to live. But I think Eli is really overstating it there. It's there's relative equality under the law, but not at American-like levels at all. It's basically like it was to be a Jew of dhimmi status within a more accepting historical Muslim nation. So let's take a look at something called the nation-state bill, which passed the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, in 2018. This is a bill that's something called a basic law, which means it's like a really fundamental, like bedrock law in the Israeli system. Their basic laws are the closest thing that they have to a constitution. They don't really have a proper constitution like we do in the United States. And here's a quote from it. "The right to exercise national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people." When this law passed, Arab parliament members ripped up copies of it and shouted apartheid. And the leader of the Arab coalition issued a statement that Israel had, quote, passed a law of Jewish supremacy and told us that we will always be second-class citizens.
Doesn't seem so happy.
Listen, a lot of these Arab countries are just the terrible places to live with really authoritarian laws. But one thing to note is that if you're an Arab Muslim and you're living in Saudi Arabia and you're devout, all the authoritarian restrictions kind of line up with your personal preferences anyway. So it's not as burdensome in authoritarianism. Now, it's still really wrong because it totally violates the rights of minorities that don't want to live that way. And in Israel, I think it's better because, you know, if you're a Muslim, you can wear all your religious garb. You can practice your religion freely, which you can't necessarily do if you're certain other minority groups in these other countries. But it's another step to talk about this as some like American-like equal society. It's just not.
Yeah, I think you make a good point because I've heard that said a lot that like, if I was an Arab, I would love to live in Israel. It's like, because maybe you're not thinking like an actually like conservative Muslim Arab who wouldn't really care about being able to go to the beach in a bathing suit or whatever it is that you're thinking about Israel as this, very similar to the United States. And I think there's a lot of that kind of projection onto from Western perspective and like United States and England, and then looking at Israel and being like, they're just like us. It's great. And not realizing we wouldn't have that law that says self-determination belongs to one group and not another. We can't have that. And look, again, I agree that it's still better than living in Gaza, but why defend that law though? Why defend that? That doesn't need to be there. What does that do other than create inequalities and project to this Arab minority that people love to bring up as, oh my gosh, they're just precious and everybody treats them just like everybody else. Well, why have this law then?
When you say Israel is the state of the Jewish people, you have to realize that what you're saying is it's not other people's land. Yeah. And that there are people there that it's just not theirs. And I think as an American, we realize that's wrong. We realize how awful that would sound here.
Yeah.
There's no ethical reason. If you want to try to make one, make it down in the comments. But there's no ethical reason that I can plausibly justify for why it would be different any place else.
The reason that people will say is that, why are you holding Israel to this other standard that you don't apply to Saudi Arabia or whatever these other countries that have much more authoritarian restrictions? Why are you singling out Israel for this law when their Arab minority does still live very well, even despite the existence of this law? And what would you say to that?
I'm not singling them out. I want Saudi Arabia to change. I think Saudi Arabia is a terrible country.
Exactly.
But it also doesn't have this substantial minority that really wants things to be different. So the negative effects of these policies in a place where you have population demographics that look a certain way is bad. It should change. But it doesn't cause the same harm that it does when you're in a place with a mixed population.
Now, my solution is very similar to Michael's. There are times in history when a particular group suffers such a massive military defeat that it creates ripples of discrediting of this kind of approach. And there needs to be a kind of reckoning for Palestinians to give up on their 100-year delusion that their freedom and that their sovereignty depends on the elimination of Israel. And I know that you are coming, Briahna, from a very good place where you say, well, everybody should live in peace in one state from the river to the sea. But in fact, what you're doing is you're feeding the delusion that's only going to get more Palestinians killed.
I don't understand why Eli thinks a crushing military defeat can do this if it didn't in 1948, if it didn't in 1967, since the creation of Hamas, if it didn't in Castellet, if it didn't in Protective Edge. What's different now, unless by crushing, what he really means is genocide? As I hear what he's saying give up on justice, give in entirely to all Israeli demands, or else genocide.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's interested in peace.
As a broader point, sure, sometimes crushing military defeats get people to stop, but not always. Again, we've talked about insurgent math. I also want people to keep in mind who Eli is, who the man making this point is. This is a guy who said we chose to lose in Afghanistan after 20 years of failure. This is a guy still defending the Iraq War in current year times, out neoconning the neoconniest neocons like John McCain, who eventually apologized. And he also wanted to invade Yemen and Somalia. This is somebody who has just one of the most appalling track records that you could possibly find. His brand of neoconservatism completely evaporated from relevant politics post-Trump because of its failure.
Yeah.
George W. Bush left office with a 25% approval rating. And I'm sorry, Eli Lake should go with it.
What Friends of Palestinians should say is very simply, this is never going to happen. You're not going to eliminate Israel, except half a loaf. And Israel changes on a dime. They have elections, it seems, every 3 months. So the point is, and by the way, the last government before this one had for the first time an Arab party in the ruling coalition. There are Arab Supreme Court justices. So if there was a viable Palestinian leader that said, all right, let's do it, let's negotiate a deal, I am sure the Israelis would say, great, because they just want to get on with their lives like, so many other people in the world.
It's
How
Marwan
likely-
Barghouti,
how-
and he's in prison.
I'm sorry. I just gotta laugh because you know so much more than almost anybody on that stage, and it's very much like a Dunning-Kruger thing because you will just be like, yeah, this name, event, year, and everybody else is just like, anyway, don't start war, it won't be war. And it's just like, but then you never get a chance to actually expand on all these important details, which is why this video is so important, even though we are exhausted. We've been here for hours.
Yeah, there was just no rebuttal time in this debate offered at all. So, like, anything I can say, it's like, here's my 3 words.
Right. You just say a little sentence and it's like, anyway, go back to fighting.
Yeah. Israel under Likud has done everything possible to avoid peace. This is just like totally false. Now, the man that I named, who is Marwan Barghouti? This is a man, so polls of Palestinians show that they would overwhelmingly elect him as their president if it came for a vote over Hamas's Ismail Haniyeh or Fatah's Mahmoud Abbas, who runs the West Bank, as we've talked about. Barghouti is so supported because he stood against the corruption and human rights abuses that plagued Fatah in Arafat's time. And he ran Fatah's armed wing, Tanzin. So he has like strong resistance energy. But he unambiguously supports a 2-state solution. He's been imprisoned since 2002 and is serving 5 life sentences for allegedly committing terrorist attacks inside Israel. But Barghouti wrote just months before his arrest, during the Second Intifada, quote, I and the Fatah movement to which I belong strongly oppose attacks and the targeting of civilians inside Israel, our future neighbor. I reserve the right to protect myself, to resist the Israeli occupation on my country, and to fight for my freedom. And I still seek peaceful coexistence between the equal and independent countries of Israel and Palestine based on full withdrawal from Palestinian territories occupied in 1967. I do not seek to destroy Israel, but only to end its occupation of my country. He declared his innocence, but didn't cooperate in the trial. He instructed his lawyers not to defend him on the merits, on the evidence in any of the charges. Instead, he protested the process on the grounds that the Oslo Accords require he be tried under Palestinian law and that under the Geneva Conventions, he be treated as a prisoner of war. Nonetheless, despite not offering any evidence on the charges, he was found innocent of 21 counts of murder and only convicted on 5. The Israeli court found against his process complaints, but the Interparliamentary Union, an important organization in the development of international law, attended and documented his trial. And they found in favor of his process arguments. They also found all sorts of other issues and said that it's impossible to conclude that Mr. Barghouti was given a fair trial. Again, like everything in the sources, and I really encourage people read this one. In current and past hostage swap negotiations, Barghouti's release has always been a priority Palestinian demand, but they've never been able to successfully negotiate for it.
How likely is that viable Palestinian leader to emerge in the
Well, it can
circumstances
only
that we're in
emerge
now?
after everybody who believes that Hamas has, all of this momentum, sadly, bolstered by these moronic college students and professors.
Hamas is literally bolstered by Benjamin Netanyahu.
What? Say it again?
You're blaming college students for bolstering Hamas when we know that Bibi Netanyahu, as quoted to you directly just
why
now,
don't you ever mention
is the one
Qatar,
that's
by the way, in your
bolstering
list of
him.
people bolstering
You
Hamas?
you factually
And why don't they have
misrepresented
their own nation? Anyway,
Netanyahu.
Solution.
College kids have more power than the man literally funding Hamas.
For the physical destruction, the utter discrediting, the total rethink, so that every single Palestinian who thought that maybe Hamas had the way to their dream palace of a Palestine from the river to the sea, and that they were like, we were being lied to, they've brought us nothing but misery. And then at that point, maybe there's a moment to say, all right, let's negotiate. You can't always get what you want.
All right, can we get the slide with the QR code back up for people to be able to vote on the motion? And while that's happening, can I just say, I know it's been heated, but actually I wanted to acknowledge everyone up here for having what is, by the measure of this conversation, quite a civilized debate. No ad hominem, so please give it up for everybody. I know it's been unpleasant at times, but I really appreciate the fact that everybody gave it their best shot, and we did even talk about some of the ways that it might be solved. So I can't see. Israel's war on Hamas is a just war. Agree 120%. This is some kind of Russian election stuff. Number of people, okay. Right, it's just me being an idiot then. So just over 100 agree, just about 20 disagree, and about 25 are unsure. We didn't see what it was at the beginning, so I don't know if we shifted much of the conversation.
Is that the beginning?
Say that again, but louder. Okay, from 71 to 74. Okay, percent. Okay. So we are slightly more convinced that it's a just war by an extra 3 percentage points. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in thanking everybody on the panel. Michael Moynihan, Eli Lake,
Thank you.
Jay Klein, and Briahna Joy Gray. Thank you very much for being here, and we will see you tomorrow.
That's it. We finally have reached the end. My feet don't work. My back is broken. And we also don't really know what happened with the vote because something went wrong with the QR code. It never actually showed up, and there was so little time that I was like rushing to vote, and I didn't even get a chance to put my vote in. So can't really speak to that, whether you won or not. From the audience, I don't think you won that much, but that wasn't really the goal, in my opinion, of a good debate.
Yeah, it's unclear where the 3% number came from. I don't really care if I won, but numerous people approached us afterwards and said they wanted a vote, that I changed their view, at least from like yes to unsure. I don't know if I got anyone from yes to no. That's a hard poll. But that's kind of the goal that I went in with. And that's the same goal of this video. Like, I just want you to come out of this understanding that it's more complicated than you thought going in, and that the simple narratives you hear, that's just not all it is.
Yeah, and I think this video does a great job of showing how often there's these little statements, just a single sentence, a single slogan. And if you really dig into it, you've got 10 minutes of discussing history and events and people and data and misrepresentations. And again, I want to bring back that idea of how we discuss things is often just as important as the things we're discussing. And I've been really bothered by how I've watched this issue be discussed by people, where it just turns into this kind of us versus them team sports thing. And we have to be better at catching ourselves in that mindset, because it doesn't fix things. It actually makes things worse. And as you can see, when we're here having the time to go through things in more depth, you learn more. And you might not be convinced necessarily that I'm going to change my views or whatever, but at least you know more. And I think that's always, it's always a sign that someone is actually truly informed on an issue if they moderate the way they speak about it just a little bit, have a little intellectual humility, and don't turn it into some kind of like us versus them wrestling match that you're cheering for your side. It's just really unproductive and anti-intellectual in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree completely. I don't have that many like last thoughts about the entire thing to say at this point. We've kind of covered it all throughout all those pauses. But there's some little details that are like kind of catch-all that didn't really fit into any of the specific time codes that we talked about. One thing is something that I know you discovered about our opponents, or my opponents,
yes,
me and Briahna's opponents.
My opponents now too.
Yes, you too.
When I wrote my essay on Dissident Dialogues, which you can read on the Black Sheep, I did a little snooping into who Eli Lake and Moynihan, Michael Moynihan are. And I found that a lot of Moynihan's understanding of the conflict was funded by AIPAC. He took a trip that's funded for journalists to go and like be toured around Israel. And it's a propaganda trip.
Yeah, and write about what they see. And it's just not really the way to understand the conflict.
No, it's the way they want you to understand the conflict. And hey, look, I'd take a free trip too, right? But the thing is, when you then espouse this kind of like really just basic Zionist talking points, like Zionism is just Israel existing. Why are we even debating this anymore? There's a reason we're debating it, and it's because that's not what Zionism is. So I found that very not something you want to see from someone that claims to be really just kind of like a neutral expert on something.
Yeah, and Eli Lake, I listened to so many of his podcasts and read so much of his writing before going into this, like to be prepared to rebut everything that he says. One thing that I just found particularly bothersome was that he coined a slur called "as a Jew," all written as one word, to talk about any Jews that disagreed with him and, cited their Judaism and any of their reasoning as just like these people that are, betraying their people. And it's a horrible, it's anti-Semitic.
It is.
Yeah, that's actually what it is.
It is.
It's anti-Semitic. He's criticizing Jews who don't agree with him.
Yeah.
Now, in my case, I have never once used my Jewish background as with any epistemological value. Like,
right.
It doesn't give me any extra expertise on the conflict inherently. It's just that I happen to be exposed to certain things that allowed me to develop my knowledge around it. And in my case, I don't even really identify as Jewish. Like, I'm an atheist. Clearly, I'm not aligned on Zionism. And I'm also somebody that really believes in the American melting pot. I did another debate that people can watch called "What Relationship Should American Jews Have with Israel?" And in that debate's opening statement, I lay out my whole perspective on this. And, I really prefer a phrase like post-Jew or ex-Jew to describe my philosophy and where I'm coming from on that sort of like ethnic ground. Like, I'm an American, right. And I believe in an American ethnogenesis that pulls from everybody and kind of unites it all into one people. I don't want to be a part of some separate people. I don't believe in hyphenated Americans in that way. I don't think it's good, and I think it keeps us divided. So I don't think I do this as a Jew thing that Eli attacks people for, because I don't appeal to any Jewish identity to come up with my perspective on this conflict. But nonetheless, for those who do, they're entitled to their opinion. And I think that's just disgusting and dismissive. And this is exactly just another example of how these Zionist attitudes, like, it causes harm to Jews unless they want to do the exact thing that the collective is commanding that they do.
Yeah, this is, again, I mean, it's the same thing that you see people use against Black people when they don't vote Democrat or something like that. They come up with these slurs like coon or whatever, or the Uncle Tom, or these like terrible things that are meant to identify you as some kind of out-group traitor, race traitor. Like, these things are real, and they are used to punish people who don't advance collective identity. And that's identity politics. And that's stifling for individuals. It literally is an assertion that you don't believe in an individual's right to self-sovereignty and self-determination. This word that keeps getting brought up with Zionism. Is self-determination not free thought? Free identification?
Well, to add some nuance to that, I think that they believe in that, but they don't believe in that there. And so what? You have to go like leave your home to be able to have any kind of sovereignty? I mean, I think that's terrible. Actually, I want to correct something that I said. It's not totally true that I don't take anything from my Jewish background in my commentary on this issue. What I do take is the fact that I was brought up in a culture that really tried to tie my identity to a political belief in a country halfway around the world. It's nothing about like some sort of inherent identity that like I was born into or nothing like that. So I don't do it in that way. But it was an experience that I went through where I went to this school that part of its mission was to instill a Zionist identity in us. These schools exist all across the country, Jewish day schools that do this. And I do think that it's given me a sense of importance that I speak out about this topic. A lot of people say like, oh, you know, why are all these people like talking about Israel all the time? Like, why don't they talk about North Korea? North Korea has problems. The United Nations issues all these resolutions against Israel. They don't issue resolutions against North Korea all the time. And number one, this double standard kind of argument is a distraction. If something is wrong, then something is wrong. But secondly, there's all sorts of reasons you might want to care about Israel more for some sort of personal perspective. We're not all obligated to like, well, okay, you know, actually the biggest problem in the world is viruses. And so I shouldn't pay attention to foreign policy or whatever because there's an objective preference ranking that applies to like all of us. It's like, no, our ranking of what's important to certain people can be variable for various reasons. And in my case, what that reason is that I do feel a sense of responsibility to speak out about this because I was lied to for a long time about this. Even if you believe that the pro-Israel Zionist perspective is somehow ultimately right, there's just no question I was told things that were straight up untrue or extremely misleading. And I think that's wrong. And I think it's wrong that there's all these American Jews getting indoctrinated into this worldview. And so I feel an obligation to help the Palestinian people who have been suffering, as well as to help spread this information to Americans that we've been talking about throughout this video and that I talked about on stage during the debate. Because a lot of the worldview that people develop here, it really comes from the Jews that are trained in these schools that then like go out into the world and they're just people and they you know, that maybe they become journalists or whatever, and they write about this and they consider it like a huge part of their identity and mission to spread what in Israel they call hasbara, which is the term for like public diplomacy, which is just a fancy word for propaganda. It's literally what it is. It's the spreading the arguments for Israel. And so I do feel an obligation to do counter hasbara, I suppose.
Yeah, rightly. And I feel an obligation to maintain my principles against collectivism and identity politics. I don't like anything that tells people that if you don't toe this ideological line, you deserve to get tarnished as a Jew, or, you know, these kind of like race traitor things, and anything that cuts against individualism and people's right to determine their life for themselves, whether that be as part of a collective or not. I find that just takes us back into the same problems, which is something you find at the root of this conflict, the perpetual collectivist us versus them gridlock. And it's not something we want to bring into the future. It's not something we should be defending today. We should stick to the principles that have made this country able to have diverse, different populations, have a history with oppression and subjugation and animosity, and yet still move into the future with respect for humanity, respect for private property, respect for individual rights. And that really is, it works.
Speaking of individual rights, and also speaking of propaganda, there's another thing I wanted to bring up about Eli Lake, which is that he hosted not too long ago on his podcast a denier of the Deir Yassin massacre. And we spoke about Deir Yassin much earlier. And it's just this horrible, horrible thing that happened. And the historian that these claims come from, a man named Eliezer Tauber, is just like totally not credible. Okay, I spoke to my historian colleague about this, and who's read Tauber's work and looked into this. And, you know, usually if you're a historian, you want to look for where like the testimonial evidence and the documentary evidence converge. And they converge very clearly on a massacre happening. And Tauber couldn't even get an academic publisher to publish this nonsense. Okay, he uses oral testimony from decades after the fact when it supports his view, but he refuses it when it doesn't favor him at all. For example, he disregards the oral evidence from many Arabs there of a family being lined up and shot, but yet he accepts oral evidence of grenades being used by Israelis. He accepts even weaker oral testimony to exaggerate the village's hostility to Jews, and he inflates the population of Deir Yassin to make the numbers killed as a percentage look smaller. So, you know, I just feel like denying the most famous massacre that happened against Palestinians, you should feel the same way about that you feel about Holocaust denial. They're different in scale. Obviously, the Holocaust was, you know, many, 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 many times larger, but it's not different in kind. And, you know, there's all these people that deny that rapes happened on October 7th, for example. And, you know, my understanding is that the evidence is quite strong that rapes did happen. And so you'll find, you know, Zionist people saying, oh, look at how disgusting all these pro-Palestinian people are that are denying rapes. While meanwhile, Eli Lake is hosting this guy on his podcast who's a rape denier at the Deir Yassin massacre and gives just absolutely no pushback. So listen, I'm just going to come out and say it if it wasn't clear at this point. I think Eli Lake is a bad person. Don't be Eli Lake. I mean, how do you get to a point where you are just so willing to justify the conditions that Palestinians live under, the slaughter of civilians, that they should just completely give in, that they should be deprived of all their property, to deny this massacre? I just kind of see him as an example of how you can get twisted by cognitive dissonance into such a crazy place, where, you know, if you just, you know, you believe in Israel and anything that you perceive as a threat or a criticism, you're just always looking to throw it out
Yeah.
It will just take you to this horrible place where all of a sudden you're justifying like the worst things that have happened in history. Not the worst, some of the worst. Certainly. Yes, go ahead, please help me.
I'm not one to attack people's character and things like that. But as I've reiterated throughout our episode here, it is important to be mindful of your own character and the character of the people that you listen to. As I've watched people discuss this issue, I've seen them resort to just really terrible personal attacks on each other, things like inventing the as a Jew slur or whatever it is that is meant to just denigrate people that disagree with you and turn this into a team sports thing. And you're not actually helping. Like, the people that do this don't actually help. It might feel like you're fighting something, but the reality is you're just fighting like this amalgamation of the other side. The real thing that solves conflict is understanding and actually being able to navigate conflict in a productive way. And when you just feel pathologically compelled to characterize one side of a terrible conflict that has caused suffering to many on both sides, you're not helping. It's not helping. And I just wish that we would raise our standards. I think it's really disturbing to me that someone like Eli Lake gets so much airtime and that people take him so seriously despite having such a bad track record of cheering on war longer than any other kind of like neocon would do so. And being kind of like just rude and callous in discussing this issue, you know, I don't trust that. You know, like I just think it's a bad sign of the motives that are driving someone to engage in a debate. And, you know, we've seen this with leftists, right? Where they turn this idea of, I'm doing anti-racism, and then they just insult white people constantly. Or feminism that just denigrates men constantly, claiming that it's doing something good for women. And if you look into that, you realize these people are motivated by some problem within themselves that makes using some external conflict, some collective drama, attractive because it allows them to lash out at people that they imagine as their enemies. And that's not healthy for society. It's not healthy for individuals. And we need to evolve as individuals and as societies to be able to pick that up and say, why are you bringing this kind of energy to this discussion? It's not necessary. It's not helpful.
And with that,
we're free. We're at the end of this video. I'm in so much pain. So please do me a favor. Go to wetheblacksheep.com and become a paid subscriber so that you can get more content like this that avoids falling into collectivist echo chambers and us versus them thinking, to actually expand our understanding of everything we engage with. And like this video, subscribe to our YouTube, and comment. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know what other things you'd like us to do a similar deep dive on.
we'll see you next time.